Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:44 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Service Nova Scotia as outlined in Resolution E38. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $181,457,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Service Nova Scotia, pursuant to the estimate. I will invite the Minister of Service Nova Scotia to make opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you today to speak to the budget of Service Nova Scotia. Joining me at the table today from my department are my Deputy Minister, Joanne Munro, as well as my Executive Director of Financial Services, Adam Rainforth. And in the room behind us, we have a few staff, including my Associate Deputy Minister, Gary O'Toole, Chris Mitchell, who is our Chief Procurement Officer, Ariel Sill, who is our Chief Information and Privacy Officer, as well as Roger Gregg, who is the Executive Director of Business and Consumer Services. Other members of our team are also watching online to help us answer any of your questions if we can't do so in the room, and we'll be striving to do so as quickly as we can. Mixed Chair, the work of Service Nova Scotia underpins a lot of the critical programs and services government offers on behalf of Nova Scotians. Unlike many other departments, our name doesn't even begin to describe what we do. Some might say we're the busiest department you've never heard of. I know that my colleagues who sit at the Treasury and Policy Board table will agree with that statement. Most Nova Scotians know us as the place where you go when you need a driver's license or complete a land registry transaction. People who've had a birth, a marriage, or a death in their lives recently may be familiar with vital statistics. And if you've had a dispute with a landlord or a tenant, you're probably familiar with our residential tenancies program. In today's rental market, that program gets a fair amount of public attention and attention from opposition as well. But Mixed Chair, we do so much more than that. If you've met a friend at a bar to celebrate an occasion, or sold raffle tickets to fundraise for youth sports, staff from our alcohol, gaming, fuel, and tobacco division are involved in regulating and inspecting those activities. If you've booked a road test to get your driver's license, our staff were involved in that scheduling process. If you live in a condominium, Service Nova Scotia is responsible for the rules that govern how your condominium board operates. If you've received a rebate from the province, our heating assistance rebate program, the property tax rebate for seniors, or the Seniors Care Grant, we delivered it. If you call the province's toll-free number for information about a program, you spoke to someone from our provincial contact center team. And if you get a paycheck from the province, we process those too. We also license and regulate funeral homes, register businesses, and collect debts. Mixed Chair, our mission at Service Nova Scotia is to deliver quality, responsive programs and services that are meaningful to Nova Scotians. We have 10 divisions responsible for everything from petroleum policy to residential tenancies, regulation of payday lenders, and public safety and field communications, just to name a few. Mixed Chair, Service Nova Scotia carries out broad legislative mandates. Our team administers 38 pieces of legislation and the regulations that support them. We provide government-wide services, including internal audit and government's fraud reporting, information access and privacy support for all departments, insurance and risk management, continuous improvement and innovation, procurement services, public safety and field communications, and geographic information services. We maintain registries of births, deaths, land, lobbyists, businesses, not-for-profit organizations, and the Provincial Tax Commission. We license and regulate alcohol and gaming activities, including fuel, tobacco, and vape product taxation, compliance, and enforcement. And we collect debt on behalf of the Crown, municipalities, universities, Nova Scotia Health, and IWK. We are with Nova Scotians from the day they're born until the day they die, and for most of their major milestones. We are the engine running behind the scenes, helping government run. And like that engine, we do not want Nova Scotians to have to worry about whether it will start when they want it to. Their interactions with us should be reliable, safe, simple, and efficient. Nova Scotians are at the heart of everything that we do. Our goal is to make it as easy as possible for them to apply for our programs and services. We take great pride in that citizen focus, and we're always looking for ways to improve. Whether it's a program we are responsible for or one we are delivering on behalf of another department, our focus is always on creating a positive experience for Nova Scotians. Our guiding principles are focused on people, focused on Nova Scotians. We put people first. We do user testing and surveys. Our staff have visited people's homes and met with people in the community centers in an attempt to better understand their needs. We design programs and services with our clients, Nova Scotians, in mind. We embrace inclusivity. We serve the needs of all Nova Scotians, and to do that, we need to consider the needs of a growing and diverse population. We keep current with the needs of Nova Scotians. Those needs change very quickly, as I'm sure everyone in this room is well aware from their work as an MLA. You simply can't be focused on people if you don't know what they need. We build relationships, and that's crucial for our department, which works together with so many others to deliver programs and services. We work across our own organization with municipalities and the federal government, universities, stakeholder groups, and we do that to ensure we can anticipate any problems that may arise and to try to correct them before they do. It's also important to note that we are data-driven, agile, and flexible. We act on facts. We collect data and use it to inform our decision-making. And because we know our end goal is to support Nova Scotians, we manage and allocate our resources strategically. If our contact center is experiencing long wait times, for example, we work to improve those waits by cross-training other staff and having them help out in times of need. And we did the same when our heating assistance rebate program application volumes skyrocketed in the fall. Our mission and our guiding principles demonstrate what's important to us, but it's the people who make Service Nova Scotia the strong and responsive department it is. Our people are smart, strategic, and empowered. They know our mission and our values, and they put them into practice every single day. I believe that Service Nova Scotia has exceptionally talented and experienced team members that exemplify what it means to be in service to the public. I'm very grateful for their wisdom, advice, and expertise every day. Mr. Chair, we are one of the largest departments in government with over 1,000 employees located from one end of the province to the other. And given the breadth of the work we do, it's easy for some of it to be overlooked. Our staff work hard, often behind the scenes, to make sure our programs and services operate smoothly. They are focused on delivering excellent customer service. I'd like to take a brief moment to acknowledge each of our divisions for the important work that they do and for the significant contribution they make to our province and to our people. Divisions are Corporate Services, Citizen Services, Internal Audit Center, Procurement Services, Financial Services, Government Services, and the Program Modernization Branch, which includes registries, business and consumer services, alcohol, gaming, tobacco, and fuel, and information and privacy. These divisions play an essential role in not only the department, but in how government as a whole functions. I'd like to now take a few minutes to dive a bit deeper and highlight a few of our divisions and tell you what they do. The Citizen Services Division is one of the most people, or is one that most people are probably familiar with. They're responsible for delivering programs and services to Nova Scotians through 5 interactive channels: digital, in-person, mail, phone, and the processing center. In-person services are offered through our 13 access centers and 6 part-time offices. Among other things, every license plate renewal and every accessible vehicle placard in the province is handled by this team. Our very busy provincial contact center is a single point of contact for citizens and businesses to get information on government's programs and services. Every year, we take over 500,000 calls. 500,000 is very significant. And this includes calls about the Heating Assistance Rebate Program, driver's test scheduling, the Seniors Care Grant, and pretty much anything and everything you can think of. Often, they're answering questions about new government services immediately after they are announced. Our business registration unit provides services to citizens and businesses for more than 30 programs across departments, commissions, boards, and agencies. If you applied for our Heating Assistance Rebate Program, a hunting and fishing license, a provincial tax refund, or deal with the International Fuel Tax Agreement, this is the team that helps you. Our Corporate Services Division supports the department overall, and this team makes sure we are working to support government direction, that we're engaging and developing our staff so they can better support our growing and diverse population. Our Internal Audit Center helps government evaluate our programs, identify risk, investigate fraud, and review operations overall. Government services includes various backbone services to government, including insurance and risk management, printing and postal services, business continuity planning, public safety and field communications, geographic information systems, and an outpost dedicated to innovation in the public sector. I should take a moment to recognize the Records Management Group, who are part of the Government Services Division. And records management is a quiet but vital part of the functioning of government, and this group keeps it running smoothly. Procurement Services supports government in an advisory capacity. They provide advice and support to all government departments, agencies, boards, and commissions, and the Regional Centres for Education, the CSAP, Nova Scotia Health, and Crown corporations. Mixed Chair, there are international trade agreements that set out how we procure goods and services, and our procurement staff provide advice to departments and agencies on those rules. We work with departments involved to help them get the best value that they can. Last fiscal year, our procurement group supported over 800 contracts worth $1.35 billion, billion with a B. And this shared services model saves money for government, over $90 million last year alone. Our Program Modernization Branch is responsible for legislation, regulation, policy development, and program implementation. It includes our registries, the Land Registry, the Registry of Joint Stock Companies, Vital Statistics, and the Provincial Tax Commission. It includes Information Access and Privacy, which handles freedom of information and protection of privacy requests across government, as well as our alcohol, gaming, fuel, and tobacco team. This branch also includes our business and consumer services, which again handles both residential tenancies and the heating assistance rebate program. I know that residential tenancies and the heating assistance rebate program are very important to Nova Scotians, especially given the housing and cost of living issues that we are facing. So I'd like to take a few minutes to dive a bit deeper into those. Mixed Chair, our growing population has brought pressure on our housing supply. We've seen rent increases across the country, but in Nova Scotia, that's compounded by a very low vacancy rate. And of course, that creates issues in the rental market. The rules of supply and demand are working against us. Ultimately, the answer is to create more housing, including affordable housing. And that's something my colleague, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, is working hard on. In the meantime, our residential tenancies program works. It works to balance the needs and the responsibilities of landlords and tenants. It is a delicate balance to strike in the housing market and the housing environment we're in. Every change we make to the Residential Tenancies Act has an impact, sometimes one we did not intend. For this reason, we take any proposed changes very seriously. We know there are hardworking tenants who are struggling to find places to live and afford rent. And on the other hand, there are landlords who are also facing increased cost. If you're a small landlord with long-term tenants, that can be hard to absorb. Starting in January, our rent cap increased from 2% to 5%. And we know many Nova Scotians are struggling with the cost of rent, and the rent cap is meant to help provide them with stability. But we also know there are landlords who need to maintain their properties, and that the cost of that too is going up. We want to preserve our existing housing supply. Increasing the rent cap was meant to provide that balance. Our residential tenancies program is all about balance too. We received 4,992 applications to the program last year, and our staff conducted 4,694 hearings. Despite these numbers, this team is managing to keep wait times to a minimum, which makes a difference for tenants and landlords who need to have their disputes resolved. We deal with all kinds of issues. If people are having a dispute with their landlord or with their tenant, it can be incredibly stressful. If you received an eviction notice, if you're being told your rent is going up, it causes so much worry. But the residential tenancies program works. And as mentioned, we are always working hard to ensure wait times are kept to a minimum. If you believe your landlord or your tenant isn't abiding by the Residential Tenancies Act, apply to the program. It's designed so that you don't need a lawyer. You can fill out the forms on your own, and our staff conduct hearings by phone at flexible times. The other thing that I want to remind Nova Scotians is that ultimately, it's up to them to know their rights and responsibilities. And that's why we've done extensive and broad public education and awareness campaigns. So encourage Nova Scotians to read their lease, keep it handy so they can refer back to it. Our residential tenancies program is there for people when they need it, but it's also up to Nova Scotians to know what they've agreed to and to know, again, their rights and responsibilities. Mixed Chair, another topic that's gotten a great deal of public attention this year is our Heating Assistance Rebate Program, or HARP, which is just one of the provincial government rebates we offer. For most of its existence, HARP was a $200 rebate. Nova Scotians could only get this help with the cost of heating if they made less than $29,000 for single-income households or less than $44,000 for families. In January of 2023, our government announced a one-time increase for the HARP program, making it a $1,000 rebate for that year. and we also increased the eligibility to $85,000 as a one-time measure. This year, we recognize that the cost of living remains a challenge for Nova Scotians, so we set the rebate to $600. Income thresholds were set at $55,000 for single-income households and $75,000 for families. Increasing the rebate amount and the income threshold means that the rebate is more popular than it's ever been. And as of March 25th, we have issued more than 126,000 rebates to Nova Scotians. Over 53,000 of those people are seniors. Our government will continue to respond to the needs of Nova Scotians as we have over the last couple of years. HARP is just one of the rebates we deliver to Nova Scotians, and we also deliver the property tax rebate for seniors. This program helps low-income seniors afford to stay in their homes longer. Eligible seniors receive a 50% rebate on their municipal property taxes paid during the previous tax year to a maximum of $800. Seniors who apply for this rebate can opt into HARP in a one easy online application. We offer direct deposit for those rebates, and 85% of our applicants use it, and they get their rebates faster. We also deliver the Seniors Care Grant on behalf of our colleagues at the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care, and seniors can get up to $750 to help with the cost of household chores, healthcare, and home heating. Every one of our staff takes the service mandate in Service Nova Scotia very seriously. They are always looking for ways to make our programs and services easier and more convenient to access. Their focus and their dedication may not always be apparent to the public, but I really appreciate it, and I hope you all join me in thanking them for their work. Mr. Chair, our department has a broad mandate, as you can see, and while residential tenancies and the heating assistance rebate program get a lot of media attention, we've had a number of exciting announcements in other areas of our work that I'd like to share with you now. Our alcohol, gaming, fuel, and tobacco division licenses and inspects bars, restaurants, and other licensed premises. It also licenses lottery and gaming activities. Last May, I was pleased to announce new rules that require all bar security staff working at late-night bars to have security training and a responsible beverage service training program. And they must also provide a criminal record check on request. At least one manager or supervisor who has completed security training and a responsible beverage serving course must be on site during all opening hours. We chose to put these new rules into place at the province's 5 cabarets first, mixed chair, because they are open late, sometimes involve heavy drinking, and we felt they were where these new rules would be most helpful to improve safety for the public. So moving to the lottery side of alcohol, gaming, fuel, and tobacco division, I was delighted to be able to welcome counterparts from Ontario, Attorney General Doug Downey and Minister Stan Cho to Halifax just last month to announce an exciting expansion of the Jays Care Charitable Lottery to here in our province of Nova Scotia. So this spring, for the first time, Nova Scotians will be able to buy tickets to the very popular Jays Care 50-50. People from our province will be eligible to win the main Jays Care jackpot, which has gone as high as $5.9 million. I'll add, this is not in my speech, but I'll add it, go Jays go. Almost home opener next week. So, most importantly, all the proceeds from Nova Scotian ticket sales will support kids in Jays Care programming here in Nova Scotia. Mixed Chair Randy Krause, the National Coordinator for Challenger Baseball Canada, was moved to tears when he talked about the impact Jays Care funding has had on his athletes here in Nova Scotia. Challenger Baseball offers kids with cognitive, sensory, or physical disabilities to play organized baseball, and Jays Care has supported their work. Mr. Krause spoke about one child who, at 11 years old, had never had anyone outside his family attend his birthday party. After he joined Challenger Baseball, his next birthday party was full of friends. Mr. Chair, I don't think there was a dry eye in the room in Cole Harbour that afternoon. When we talk about lottery license regulations, it's sometimes a little dry, but this is the kind of impact on people's lives that we can have. So I'm proud to be part of that announcement, along with my colleagues from Ontario and folks from the Jays Care Foundation. Mr. Chair, another part of the broad mandate of Service Nova Scotia is public safety and field communications. Particularly fond of this division. As you may remember, former paramedic and volunteer firefighter. So this is an area of very special interest to me. In December, I was happy to announce a $7.5 million investment in nearly 2,000 new mobile radios for volunteer emergency responders. These new encrypted radios will go to more than 300 volunteer firefighters, ground search and rescue teams, and other organizations addressing a recommendation of the Mass Casualty Commission. There are about 6,000 volunteer firefighters and about 1,200 ground search and rescue volunteers in our province. These are the people who are volunteering their time to help their neighbors and their communities. We rely on them in our most stressful moments, and this investment gave them more radios, making it easier for them to do their very important work so that so many of our communities across the province can rely on. And I really want to extend my appreciation and gratitude to all our volunteer first responders. One more item that I'm very proud of comes from our registry, specifically our Vital Statistics Registry. For far too long, female couples who want to start a family had to endure some frustrating and expensive hurdles in order to be legally recognized as parents to their new baby. If a couple conceived using a known sperm donor, one member had to adopt their own child to be legally considered a parent. And our staff were put in the strange position of having to ask them intrusive and uncomfortable questions about how they conceived. It wasn't right, it wasn't fair, and we fixed it. So last month, we changed the birth registry regulations so that female couples intending to have a baby with a known sperm donor could apply, or can apply now, to Vital Statistics to have both parents named on the birth registry, as long as they have a preconception parentage agreement in place. That applies retroactively to any family that has such an agreement. Families using a surrogate to conceive can now apply to Vital Statistics to replace the surrogate's name with that of the intended parents on the birth registration without a court order, as long as they have a surrogacy agreement in place. Being named on the birth registration isn't just a formality, Mixed Chair. It also allows both parents to apply for social insurance numbers, make medical and legal decisions on behalf of their child, as well as apply for passports. But most importantly, it recognizes that parents are parents. It allows these families to get on with the most important work of all, raising their child. Mr. Chair, I chose these examples as a way of illustrating the breadth of the work that we do at Service Nova Scotia and the ways we can make a real difference in the many phases of people's lives. It's our focus on service excellence that brings our team to work every day with their best ideas and their drive to make things better for Nova Scotia. That's true whether our staff are working in alcohol, gaming, fuel, and tobacco, in our registries, in internal audit, or setting policy. Maybe they're answering calls at our contact center or front and center at our access centers. No matter what their area of expertise, the Service Nova Scotia team brings an incredible amount of skill, expertise, and empathy to work every single day. I'm proud to work with them, and I look forward to the challenges and the opportunities ahead in the new fiscal year. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses will take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within the caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimates resolution, and only the minister may answer question. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition and the member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being brief. You didn't go as long as you said you would, so thank you for that. And I want to thank all your staff who are here as well. I agree with you that Service Nova Scotia does a ton of really, really important work that is often not seen or appreciated. It's kind of like a really good referee. You know, when a really good referee, you don't notice that they're there. And I think the department does a ton of really important work that often goes unappreciated. So I just wanted to begin by saying that. I wanted to ask first about residential tenancies, and the Minister and I and others have been talking about a possibility of an enforcement division for some time, and I know the department has a report that was commissioned on what that might look like, and the last time we talked about this in question period, the Minister made comments to the effect of perhaps the impacts might not be as clear as we might think. So I just wonder if the Minister could give us the latest on what the department's position is on a residential tenancies enforcement division. Is that going to be created within the mandate of this government? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. Certainly the first question I was expecting. So it was some time now that our department commissioned that report on what a compliance and enforcement unit could look like. There's been some references that it was what it exactly should look like, that it was a recommendation to move forward with that. Again, I would caution that that report is still within government, and materials that have been perhaps made their ways through the public domain and other channels, I take that with a grain of salt. Governments of all stripes commission reports on advice. You know, there was the Fitch report, a previous government commission, when I was advocating for that and seeing system changes, and finally we're in government, we're doing some of those system changes. But also acknowledging that these are very complicated and complex changes that can have a real impact on Nova Scotians' lives. So we're talking 300,000 tenants and 6,000 landlords, all with different needs, different individual situations. And what has sort of troubled me a bit is that the creation or the implementation of a CEU would be the silver bullet to solve all problems within the residential tenancy program. That it would solve homelessness, that it would address and help fix the low vacancy rate that we have in our province, that it would bring immediate satisfaction to both tenant and landlord organizations. I certainly recognize that there is support, expressed support by both tenant and landlord organizations for the intent of the creation of a compliance enforcement unit. That said, feedback that I've heard is that it may not address what perhaps these organizations are hoping for. For example, if a landlord is trying to evict a tenant for rental arrears, and so they want the landlord wants the director's orders to be enforced. Not necessarily going to be the case for a compliance enforcement unit. If a tenant is faced with a broken toilet and the landlord's not fixing it, it's not necessarily a situation where that would be addressed. What I'd also caution is that we look in jurisdictions where there are compliance enforcement units, and there are, two primary ones in Ontario and BC. And as of late, it's not the true solution to the housing crisis, and they themselves have low vacancy rates. and they too have actually much longer wait times for hearings for residential tenancies. Back in September, I believe we're around 8 weeks for a hearing time. We're having around 4 weeks, as I've noted in my opening remarks, when there are pressures for service delivery, and if it's contact center wait times or if it's here for hearing times, we strive diligently to address those. So I do want to commend the staff for their work there. But it is not a process that we necessarily want to rush through. It's one of those situations where on one hand, we're hearing, take your time on some things and go faster on the others. And again, you know, it's been referenced that this would solve the residential tenancies program, and perhaps painting a picture that the residential tenancies program is broken. I disagree, fundamentally disagree that the program is broken. Are there ways to modernize and strengthen it? Absolutely. Have we taken steps early on since in our mandate? Absolutely. That was the first piece of legislation that I brought forward as minister. Whether it be rent evictions, and that was getting a lot of attention from opposition and from media. And I would add to that is when I hear comments that the program is broken, that the process doesn't work, in my humble opinion, it's instilling a sense of fear and breaking trust with Nova Scotians. I want Nova Scotians to know that the program does work, that the processes work. Are they always perfect? No. And that's why we have a dedicated team looking at a number of ways to deliver these programs in a more efficient and expedient way. But if it's rent evictions, I haven't really heard, maybe I'm opening up Pandora's box here, but haven't really heard too much of that this session, right? And I've called on opposition MLAs, and I've called on government MLAs, and when we're working with our stakeholders to get that information into their hands. As I've noted, it's the rights. It's up to tenants and landlords to know their rights and responsibilities, and I think that is the foundation of a compliance and enforcement unit. If you look on the continuum from enforcing and laying down penalties or issuing summary offense tickets or whatever a model would be, there's a process before that starts with education. I made a reference to that in question period one day, and my words got sort of twisted, but I'll say it here because I have a little bit more time. You know, if you want to go for your driver's license, you need to know the rules of the road. It's as a responsible driver, you need to study the rules of the road and study the driver's handbook, and I'll put in a plug-in for this. You can do your knowledge test now online. Before you get on the road and before you're at risk, if I could say it that way, at risk of being pulled over and going through that compliance enforcement with law enforcement. So that's why we've put a significant amount of effort in working with our stakeholders, doing a targeted public education awareness campaign, which my intention is that will continue. But again, I just do not want the creation or the concept of a creation of a CEU, Compliance Enforcement Unit, to look or to be portrayed as the silver bullet that's going to solve the issues within housing. Be that silver bullet. We know that the solution to more housing to the housing crisis is more housing. And I acknowledge that what we're seeing in today's rental market is very likely being compounded by a low vacancy rate. So we're taking our time, even though we have that report, we're taking our time to understand it, understand that whatever solution we bring forward for Nova Scotians, for tenants and landlords in Nova Scotia is the right solution, but I cannot provide at this time a definitive timeline.
Recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Thank the Minister for the response. I want to be clear about this too. I certainly don't think, and I hope I've never said, I'll check the answered, but I hope I've never said, because I don't believe this, that a compliance unit would be a magic bullet. I don't think that. But there's a big difference between perfection and progress, and I think it would help in terms of progress. So I appreciate the minister can't give me a timeline, but I'm wondering if the minister can answer if it is his intention and the department's intention to create this unit or not. Does the department have a position on that question?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what I'd say to the member is that, again, cannot provide a definitive timeline or a specific answer. Government is still reviewing its options, still reviewing what's in the breadth of solutions that could be implemented here. Again, the report wasn't a must do this to achieve that. It was what could it look like. Again, the housing market is changing ever so quickly, and the needs of tenants and landlords in Nova Scotia are changing. We've seen that. I've seen that in my time as being minister. What I would say is, for me personally, and these are discussions that we've had at the department, is how do we address the most urgent of these cases that are brought forward to the residential tenancies program, some of which may not likely be addressed, or maybe not necessarily addressed through a compliance enforcement unit. So when we hear of situations where a landlord has opted to turn off somebody's electricity, so therefore a deletion of services, and when that violates the lease and a tenant applies to the program, we'll look at how we can prioritize those and bump those up to the top of the hearing list. So those types of egregious cases certainly weigh on my mind, because no Nova Scotian should have to go through that. And that I'm just giving that one tenant-based example, and there's likely some for landlords as well. But we're looking at how we can expedite that, and through process that we refer to as early adjournment, and that's a practice that we already have underway, but looking at how do we improve that to help improve and modernize and strengthen the program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also wanted to ask about the rent cap, which obviously is a big issue. I've said this before, but I am one of a few members, I would suspect, that has more renters than homeowners in their riding, and so it's something I hear about very often. As the minister well knows, the rent cap is at 5% now, due to expire December 31st, 2025. Actually heard in question period today about punting things down the road. That was not the minister, it was the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables. Nevertheless, I think that was what happened here. I think the moving of a decision on the rent cap beyond the next scheduled date for a provincial election isn't a good measure, because a date has no bearing on the housing market, obviously. There are much more important factors like affordability, vacancy, et cetera, et cetera. So I know New Year's Eve 2025 feels like a ways away, but the housing market does not change that quickly, I expect. So I'm wondering, is the department doing analysis now, or how is the department considering what to do when we get to that point? Because I mean, I'm sure we all hope that the housing market is much more affordable and stable at that time, but that seems unlikely at this point. So what is the department's analysis or ongoing conversations around what to do with the rent cap once we reach that point at the end of next year?
I recognize the Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair, and thanks to the member opposite for the question. So our position remains the same pertaining to the rent cap. It was implemented, rather extended, under our government as a temporary option, as a temporary solution. Again, our position, which will differ from other political affiliations, is that the true solution to housing is more housing, or to the housing crisis is more housing supply. So recognizing that we needed a greater runway to move forward with housing across the spectrum, recognizing that 2%, originally extended in 21, 22, and how the world had changed since then, and trying to, again, the balance is probably the most delicate of balances within the residential tenancies program for landlords and tenants. Often I fear, and it's unfortunate that when we hear landlord, we think big corporate landlord, and there's corporate landlords in this province, and there will always be for the rest of our days, but there are also some small mom and pop landlords in this province. Some that have had long-term tenants that perhaps the rent wasn't, that it was being charged was not market rent at that time, and when the initial rent cap was implemented and then subsequently continued and reflected with, or compounded with the increase of the cost of living, inflation, increase in utilities and property taxes and whatnot, that these smaller landlords were being significantly impacted, in some cases disproportionately impacted. We need all landlords, whether they're small mom and pops that have, a basement unit, or somebody that has a couple units in their community, a couple duplexes, or if there's a larger landlord with 15 units or 100 units. We need all landlords to be part of the solution. That's the fact. We cannot afford in this market to lose any units. We cannot afford to have folks leave that marketplace. So that's why, again, it's part of that balance, walking on a tightrope in one way, that we want to provide some flexibility to landlords, but we also want to be able to protect tenants from significant increases in their rents, recognizing that we are living in unprecedented times, faced with global economic challenges, the cost of living that we haven't seen increase in like this in years, and governments responding with a number of initiatives and targeted resources and supports. But tying that back to, we need time as a government to address the housing crisis. As a province, we're faced with unprecedented growth. Typically we, as a province, we welcome about 5,000 new people to Nova Scotia per year. I think last year alone was 40,000 people. So, sure, it's a challenge. But the reality is, with that challenge, we have opportunities. So we have vacancies in skilled trades and healthcare and whatnot. So we need newcomers. We're a small province, but we need newcomers to come to, whether they're from inside Canada or outside of our national borders, to help us address some of these challenges in skilled trades, and build homes and build schools and build hospitals. So yes, there's the challenge, but there is also the opportunities, and the opportunities of growth within our province. So all that said, we continue to remain engaged with our stakeholders. We also remained connected with many government departments. One thing that I've tried and we're doing a very good job at is improving collaboration and coordination and discussions amongst all departments. And even though residential tenancies is the tenant-landlord relationship for, let's say, 300,000 Nova Scotians, we're close to our colleagues and friends at Municipal Affairs and Housing, and recognizing that there's also an olive branch that extends, or a branch that extends into Department of Community Services and the clients that they serve. So it's an across-government initiative that folks are coming to the table. And I'm proud of the work that's being done on the housing file. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is putting his best foot forward, and our investments in housing and our housing plan, $1 billion over 5 years to build over 41,000 homes, investing in modular housing, investing in student housing, removing the provincial portion on the HST for new builds, investing in new affordable housing, public housing. These are all steps in the right direction. And how that fits into the rent cap question, it's all part of the supply. And as a government, we're remained committed to those discussions and part of those discussions. And we'll continue to go through those discussions with our colleagues across government.
I recognize the member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the minister thinks it would be responsible to remove the rent cap if the vacancy rate was at or near 1%, which it is in much of Nova Scotia. Would that be a responsible decision to make, to remove the rent cap at that point in time if the vacancy rate was still at 1%? And I recognize that we are building a lot of new housing, we are, but the likelihood of vacancy being 3-4%, which is considered healthy at the end of next year, is pretty slim. So I'm curious, would it be responsible to remove the rent cap if we were still at 0.8, 0.9, 1.3%? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. So we're obviously seeing the impacts of a 1% vacancy rate in Nova Scotia. It's obviously, I think, everybody around this table's hope that we can move as quickly as possible to get to a place where we have a higher vacancy rate. That would indicate that we're moving in the right direction, that Nova Scotians would have more choice in the availability of housing. I am a firm believer that would alleviate some of the other stressors and challenges that we're seeing within the residential tenancies market, or residential tenancies landscape. Even though we're a small province, I believe it was the member that introduced legislation earlier this session about removing the rent cap and basing it on a particular level of vacancy, and I think it was 3%. I think it would be, and in the moment I don't know what a perfect value would be. What I would caution in that same breath is that you could have a 5% vacancy rate in Halifax, and you could have a 1% vacancy rate in Yarmouth, and a 2% rate in Cape Breton. And does that balance out to 3%? I guess it's difficult to assess a true vacancy rate if you're looking at how Statistics Canada would evaluate that. I think there's a challenge to look at things through regions and having that analysis. But certainly we're very cognizant of vacancy and the low vacancy rate in Nova Scotia, and these are all factoring into the conversations that we're having within my department and with our colleagues across our government.
I recognize the member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. That was good. I think the minister and I are making real-time improvements to legislation, so that's That's good. Like, I take the minister's point, and yes, I mean, I assume the vacancy rate would probably be the lowest in HRM, generally speaking. That's where we see 80% of the population growth. But I still feel that that is a good metric, and if we were to look regionally, we could do that too. I think that would make sense if we looked at Cape Breton and northern Nova Scotia and HRM and South Shore and then down through the valley. That would make sense to me, and I think that's a more logical approach than a date. But the date is where we will be for the time being, so I will leave that. Minister mentioned in your opening remarks there 4,694 hearings. That's a big number. I mean, obviously I don't have a ton of context. That's about 13 hearings per day over the course of a year. I'm wondering, 4,694, is that for last year, for 2023? And how would that compare to, let's say, maybe 2019, if you have that data, kind of pre-pandemic, if that's a good comparison? I'm just trying to get a sense for if there's been a massive amount of growth in terms of demand on the system or not. And if you don't have 2019, 2022, you know, whatever the most recent comparison would be. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. So we're looking for the pre-pandemic data, if that's available. So what I can say is sort of have data that compares calendar year. So January of 2023, we had 465 applications. 2024, we had 506, so it was an 8.8% increase. February to February was 407 to 423, so it was a nearly 4% increase. For March, I mean, we're nearing the end of March already. We had 435 last year, and this calendar we had 254. So it fluctuates. You know, I believe in times. We get the 2021 number. So we had 3,492 applications, and in 2022 we had 4,225.
I recognize the member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So obviously an overall trend of increase of maybe 5 to 10%. I'm wondering, for whatever the most recent data that we have for this is, what is the average time between application to Residential Tenancies Board and resolution? And obviously that can vary between a protracted dispute and one that's resolved quickly, but kind of what is the average resolution time for the most recent reporting period?
The Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So on average, our hearing wait times fluctuate between 4 to 6 weeks. Right now, they're leaning much closer to the 4-week wait time. Again, as I indicated, we do strive to accelerate and prioritize the more egregious cases, like the deletion of services or cutting off of utilities, for example. And then after the hearing, the director's orders are issued within 14 days. I don't know. It could be quicker. It could be within a few days. It could be closer to the 14 days.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Minister talks often, Minister, about balance, and obviously that is an important component, and it's something that we would strive for. However, I wonder if, when you're dealing with residential tenancies applications, disputes, would the minister agree that in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, there is an imbalance in terms of access to resources, knowledge of the system perhaps, between tenants and landlords? I mean, I'm sure we've all, I recall being in disputes with landlords when I was going to Dow, and, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to go about the process and what might be done. And obviously you can learn, but I think there is a discrepancy there. I wonder if the minister would agree that there is oftentimes an imbalance between access to resources, availability of information, and general comfort with the process between tenants and landlords.
I recognize the Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So a lot to unpack sort of in that question. What I would say is that, to first start off with questions pertaining around, university students and students. We do outreach with that community. I know during the Students Nova Scotia Advocacy Week, I offered that we could facilitate some dialogue within my department and them to sort of get those resources and those fact sheets and to them and help circulate that within the student community. What I'd also add to that is that we do recognize, and I certainly appreciate, there are a number of organizations that support both tenant and landlords, or primarily tenants that go through the hearing process. Again, I do want to really reiterate, the program is designed in such a way to be easy to apply for, to go through the process. I know anytime that there's a dispute between a tenant and landlord, it does create a lot of stress. It does create a lot of stress and likely some frustration. I think in any type of dispute we have, we feel those heightened emotions. But I'd say particularly when we're talking about a roof over your head and talking about housing and that uncertainty that the individual put in that situation would be experiencing a lot of stress. What I'd say is that at times we hear, again, the program's broken, doesn't work, lawyers are involved. It's made to sound almost as a ramped up judicial process, which is not. I know it's a daunting process when if you're a tenant and faced with a dispute with your landlord and you're concerned about the unknown, whether it be retaliation or whatnot. But again, it's a program that's designed to be easy, straightforward, that you do not need legal representation, and recognizing that yes, there's some that do seek that legal opinion and engage with a lawyer, both tenants and landlords, and there's some that opt not to. And also that the hearings are by phone. There's a number of hearings that are done by phone, which makes it easier for both tenants and landlords. So again, to the member's point about knowledge, that's why we put a lot of time and effort into our education and awareness campaigns to help inform Nova Scotians of their rights and responsibilities. In one way, it's good to be talking about it in question period and reminding our colleagues that they can be part of that advocacy and getting the right information into the hands of their constituents. So, I'd rather them be doing that than saying, it doesn't work, it's broken, you need a lawyer, rent evictions are going to happen. I get the sensitivity about rent evictions, and I'll speak briefly on that. If a tenant gets a notice for an eviction pertaining to renovations, it's important for the tenant to know. It doesn't mean that they're being immediately rent-evicted. If they dispute that, and if they have any desire to dispute it, they should. And they should apply to the program, and it stops the clock. And they would go through the residential tenancy program and go through the process that we've passed through this legislature, which started back and the process was implemented back in March of 2022. There's been a number of them that have been dismissed, and a number of them that have been withdrawn of the applications, and a handful that have been approved. And there is a time and place for renovations to happen. If you own a vehicle, if you're fortunate to own a vehicle, if you're fortunate to own a home, if you're a business owner, if you're the head of the Nova Scotia Health Authority responsible for hospitals, this is all infrastructure and that you need to maintain. And there's a time and place where there's significant renovations and upgrades that have to take place. And so that also applies to homes and to housing units. So it's not a process where a landlord can say, oh, I just want to change the bathroom tile, and sorry, you got to get out. So that's where I ask that our colleagues across the aisle and the government side of all parties to help share the accurate information about the processes of the residential tenancy program and help their constituents and help dispel any myths. And if there's any questions about the program, I know the program staff are very dedicated and eager to help answer questions. We cannot provide any advice, but again, if there's any concern pertaining to disputes, that tenants or landlords should be applying to the program to have that dispute resolved.
Recognize the Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know the minister referenced earlier the enforcement division or unit that's in place in Ontario. And one of the things about the Ontario system that I think is interesting, and I'm curious to hear the minister's opinion on, is in Ontario there's a public database of landlords where you can see if a landlord has had violations of whatever the Residential Tenancies Act equivalent would be called in Ontario. So, if you're considering renting from this person or this company, you can find out very quickly in a public, transparent way, okay, this person has had 6 violations in the last year, maybe I shouldn't move in there. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. Those who are acting appropriately are reflected well. It's like Google reviews for restaurants. When you look it up and say, okay, it's 4.7 star, I want to go eat there. It's a 2, no thanks. And I'm just curious, that would be a better system than a tenant having to kind of go through, message boards or other unofficial means of trying to figure out if the person they're renting from is trustworthy or not. So I'm wondering if the minister and the department have a position on that kind of system where bad behavior is punished, as it were, in the court of public opinion, and good behavior on the landlord side is rewarded. What's wrong with that system?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So on that, I guess anything that the department would look at for landlords would also be reciprocal for tenants, potentially, right? So if you do something for one, you're also looking at the other side of the coin, and again, it goes back to that balance. If the member is looking for an answer pertaining to landlord registry, that's not something that's on the province's radar. I think that's something HRM might be looking into. It's been brought forward by our stakeholders that the publication of director's orders could be something that could be beneficial. So we're examining that as part of our efforts within the residential tenancies program. What would that look like? I guess, hearing the members' arguments of the difficult landlords, also recognizing that there are difficult tenants, balance that, and just cautious of the risk and the outcomes of naming and shaming. So it's not a straightforward yes, no. I think there's a broader discussion and a broader analysis of what's required to move forward with such an initiative.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and I realize there are complications on the tenant side as well. And yeah, do we want to be publicly shaming tenants or landlords? I mean, I think it's more complicated on the tenant side, so I appreciate that. But I'm glad to hear that it's something the department is aware of and the minister is considering, because I think there's value there. More transparency, more openness is always a good thing, generally speaking. And I want to switch gears a little bit, if I could, to HARP, to heating assistance rebate. As the minister alluded to, the amount for this year was cut from $1,000 to $600. I'm wondering, what would it have cost the department to maintain it at $1,000? Do we have a dollar figure for that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we'd have to crunch some numbers because the program's not apples to apples for last year, right? So last year we had one-time changes brought in mid-term or mid-program rather to increase the income threshold to $85,000 and increase the rebate amount to $1,000. And this year we've changed the program for income thresholds to be $55,000 for single income households and $75,000 for family households, and then the value of the rebate itself is $600. So we'd have to sort of extrapolate those values. Our budget last year was $158 million of grants or rebates given to Nova Scotians, and this year, so this year our current budget is $83 million, so a difference of $72 million. One thing I do want to, and I did speak about it in my opening remarks, is how do we get to decisions on programs and services. So I spoke briefly about making informed decisions based on data, and this is no different for the heating assistance rebate program. So we looked last year at data for previous years and worked with colleagues at Finance and Treasury Board to understand some of the financial situations of single and family households to get us to that point. And then this year, we looked at our data for the program for last fiscal. And what we saw is really applications start to dwindle and decrease, the volume of applications decrease based on the $55,000 single income threshold and the $75,000 family household. So that's sort of how we got to those thresholds. Of course, we're always looking at the programs. We'll make further decisions pertaining to next year's program, even though this year's program is not yet wrapped up. We'll make those decisions after the program is wrapped up at the end of this month. So I encourage Nova Scotians who haven't applied yet to do so. We've, as I noted in my remarks, got a significant amount of Nova Scotians with this rebate. They've benefited from this rebate, and it's one of the many targeted supports that we offer. Recognizing it is an important one, going hand in hand with the property tax rebate for seniors, which we've increased the budget for this year. The Seniors Care Grant that we administer on behalf of seniors and long-term care, which we since that our government brought in and since expanded. And these are all programs that are always being examined. One that even I think many members don't realize and pay attention to is the Your Energy rebate program, so Europe. And that's, I believe it's, we'll get the monetary value, but it's over $100 million, I believe, in rebates for Nova Scotians, and it's pretty much, it's seamless. It happens automatically on your power bill. If you see the rebate amount there, if you pay close attention, it's probably not that number that most Nova Scotians look at when they see their power bill, but there is the provincial portion of HST is removed on energy sources, and that applies to other sources of heat as well. And if Nova Scotians themselves pay, let's say for wood, and there's tax paid on their firewood, then they can go and fill out a paper-based application to get their provincial portion of the HST back in that rebate. So that's a very important one that benefits all Nova Scotians, but certainly will, recognizing the importance to HARP, we'll continue to evaluate it.
Recognize the honourable member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say I find some of the decision-making a bit odd, and this is the same argument I made about the rent sup program. When the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs talks about that and says, well, the demand was so high, so we had to cut it, well, or change the eligibility in that case. And I think if the demand for a program is very high, that's an argument to increase funding, not decrease funding. So that's a bit backwards. And in the case of the rent sup program, at least in that case, the federal government is funding a portion of that. So at least there's that argument to be made. In this case, this is a provincial program purely. And so to essentially cut the budget by close to 50% is very strange to me, given the obvious demand and the increasing amount of demand as we continue to deal with cost of living, especially as it relates to energy and increasing power rates, as we know. So just to clarify, on this program, obviously this year it's $600 for HARP, is that the expectation that that will be the amount going forward, or is this going to be something where people are kind of left in the dark on a year-by-year basis and the amount could change year over year? What's the plan going forward for HARP, and will there be certainty on that amount?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you. So I know the member tried to dismiss some of what I said, but I'll review or do my little rebuttal and try to dismiss some of what he said. So again, we were clear in January of 2023 that the program was a one-time top-up. That was made clear. I can find the press release. I can table the press release if need be, but that was clear. So I just want that to be on the record. We've again made program changes to the budget, or to program changes to HARP this year. We have allotted $33 million for HARP in this year's budget. I know the member wants to say it was cut in half from last year. Again, it was a one-time top-up, and recognizing that many Nova Scotians appreciate and need the heating assistance rebate program. But I do want to remind the member that we came into government in 2021, and the program then was increased to $350, and the budget was $16.5 million. And the year before that, when the previous government was in power, it was a $200 rebate, and the budget was $10 million, or $10.2 million. And the year before that, when the same party was in power, it was a $200 rebate, and it was a $10 million budget. And the year before that, probably $10 million, and the year before that was $10 million, and it wasn't changed until our government came into office. So we're not shying away from changing the programs. We're not shying away from being transparent with Nova Scotians. And again, we have increased the budget for this year, and we'll certainly be taking the data from this year's program into consideration when we have more to say on the program as it gets closer to the program launch. But I know through my constituency office, and here speaking to my constituents, they are very grateful for this program, very grateful for the support that we're offering as a government through this program, through heating assistance, through the seniors care grant, and property tax rebate. So it is not necessarily true that the budget was cut. It was not identical for a one-time top-up, but we have made changes even, I guess, for this program, went through additional appropriations, which I know is a hot topic in the last few weeks. So if that's the pathway that we need to support Nova Scotians, we're not going to shy away as a government to support Nova Scotians through additional appropriations.
Recognize the honourable member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My about 9 minutes left, I think. Wanted to ask the minister about procurement. Obviously, another one of those things that doesn't, although lately it's been in the news, but doesn't always get in the news, but it's incredibly important. And I know Service Nova Scotia handles a lot of procurement on behalf of many other departments. I'm just wondering if procurement at Service Nova Scotia raised any issues about the alternative procurement contract with Think Research to develop the My Health NS app.
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you. So, of course, yeah, it's procurement has percolated as a prominent topic last number of months, I guess. So the division of procurement within my department, we're responsible for strategic sourcing and conducting fair, open, and transparent procurement processes. We offer advice to departments. So if in the member's case, or the question that the member's asking pertaining to health, we provide advice to Department of Health and Wellness. We also provide advice to Natural Resource and Renewables, to Agriculture, to all departments. And particularly when it comes to international trade agreements and how we as a division, or Chris Mitchell and his team as a division, can best support our respective departments, how to meet their goals, and to get the best value that they can. They meaning departments, understand their needs and their objectives better than we can. That said, through that advisory role, there are a number of valid and legitimate reasons for alternate procurements. It seems like alternate procurement has become sort of a taboo word being spun as not part of the process, that they're illegal, and that there's no role for them. Quite contrary, there are 23 valid reasons, accepted reasons that are allowed in our trade agreements, and they are defined as a defined process to be utilized when it's deemed to be not beneficial for government to go to market. These 23 examples are all accepted by the provinces and territories. So again, I want to reassure members and reassure Nova Scotians that yes, there is a place for alternate procurements. They are not taboo, they're not illegal, they are part of the procurement and accepted and part of our trade agreements with the provinces and territories. On the member's question pertaining to Think Research, that there was extensive discussions with trade and external legal to validate the appropriateness of using the exemption for under health and social services. And this alternate procurement was supported by my department. One thing I'd like to add, so that's the answer, but I'll add, is there's a difference between supported and approved. So supported means at the procurement level. So procurement says supported under alternate procurement, we support that reason, or it's not supported. But ultimately, the decision to approve or not approve lies with the deputy head and who's the deputy minister and the department. So we provide that advice, but if the deputy of X department says, great, it's not accepted, they make that decision not to approve or to approve. But those are the discussions that happen between my department and my division and those respective departments that we support. I'd say there's been, I don't have the exact number, 240 alt-Ps last year, none of which have seen any legal or trade disputes. Ask staff if there's been, when's the last time there was a trade or legal dispute on an alternate procurement, and don't think there's been one since shared services came together in 2015, 2016. But again, there is a time and place for alternate procurement, but it is up to the respective departments, in this case, in the member's question, to the Department of Health and Wellness to move forward and justify that, which it was, and again, supported by procurement at Service Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, maybe I'll have to dig out the Hansard transcripts, but I doubt that I've ever made the argument that alternative procurements are illegal or always inappropriate. That's not the case. I understand that. I commend the minister for his efforts, but I think I accept that they exist and they should exist at times, not always, and there might be better alternatives. So just, I know I have maybe 2 minutes left, but if the minister could just explain to me, you cited an exemption in this case for health and social services, I think you said, Minister. Just could you explain kind of what that exemption means? Is it just because it's for a health program it's automatically exempted, or how does the department make that determination that an exemption in that case is appropriate?
The honourable minister.
Thank you. So I want to apologize and reassure the member that sometimes when I speak, it's not necessarily directed to the member or another member. It's perhaps more broadly amongst all MLAs, or perhaps what's being shared in the media. So apologies for that. So the health and social services exemption has been used only a small occasion of times. There's still work that's ongoing to actually define a set criteria that will be applied to particular circumstances seeking to utilize the exemption, and that work's ongoing with folks from intergovernmental affairs and external legal. It will mirror the existing Alt-P circumstance guide, so all those 23 examples.
Order. That would conclude the first round of questioning for Liberal colleagues. We'll move on to your NDP. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Well, thank you. Just before we start, Minister, would you like to stand up and stretch for a minute or two? Or?
We're going to take a 1 minute recess. We're now in recess.
You fellows aren't allowed to stretch. No. You just stay right where you are.
Order. The subcommittee on supply will resume with our NDP colleagues. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Well, thank you. I want to say first that I'm disappointed to hear anybody from Quinlan use their opening remarks to speak about the Blue Jays when we know that the home team in Yarmouth County is the Boston Red Sox. Yeah. But I'm willing to overlook that and proceed to the matter at hand. I wanted to ask a question under the Consumer Reporting Act related to the data breach last summer. In our constituency offices around that time, we were contacted by some people who, in that whole process where people were being offered the credit monitoring and so on, contacted their credit agencies and were looking to be able to put what people often refer to as a freeze on the distribution of their credit information. And they discovered that in Nova Scotia, this is not something that it is compulsory for a credit agency to offer, and in fact is, as a rule, not offered. In looking into this, people discovered that this is uneven across Canada, that in Quebec, you can't operate a consumer information agency without offering this service, that in Ontario, there's been a lot of discussion about it. A law has been passed, although not yet in operation. And so I'm wondering about, out of all of the experience, particularly from last summer's events, if the minister and the department are giving any consideration to making this change so that credit information agencies in Nova Scotia would be required to offer this service.
Recognize the Honourable Service Nova Scotia Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member from Halifax-Shabukta for the brief break. So probably be able to answer more answers faster, and now after that quick pause. So certainly I do want to recognize the role that Service Nova Scotia played in the response of the Move It breach. I could speak much more broadly and in depth to the breach response in my capacity as Minister of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, but the team at Information and Access and Privacy certainly had a role in the aftermath of the breach, and I'd say that we did a very good job, and certainly looking at lessons learned. There are always lessons to be learned when it comes to these types of incidents. Say we're not immune. I spoke about this before in the chamber, is that the risk of cyber threats not going anywhere. It's an unfortunate reality of living in a digital world, and living in a digital world comes with plenty of opportunities, but comes with some different risk, and these risks are ever evolving. I'd say in the next 20 years, we'll see more change. I think I went to an NSCC graduation last fall, and it was noted that we'll see more change in the next 20 years than we have seen in the last 200 years. So it's quite scary in a way that what we'll be experiencing. Speaking of the pace of change, and we see the introduction of artificial intelligence in the world, and what does that mean, and how does that play a role in how not only Nova Scotians, but Canadians and folks around the world live and work. And I think there's also an expectation of living in this digital world. We are in a Netflix society, and we can't afford to be the blockbuster government. We do not want to be the blockbuster government. We have to be successful and meet the expectations and needs of Nova Scotians, and that includes online presence and digital solutions, and speaks volumes to the fact that our government is only one of few across the country that has a dedicated department responsible for this. So pivoting back to the member's particular question on credit bureaus and consumer reporting and the ability to freeze, I believe that situation there is quite unique in Canada. That is only taking place in Quebec at the moment. So folks within the consumer protection division are always looking at different ways of strengthening consumer protection in Nova Scotia. The member's question being one, do not have a firm timeline on if that's something that government will be doing or when government would be doing such initiative. It would require, as my understanding, some legislative changes, but again, any ways that we can bolster consumer protection in response to our changing society is something that we strive to do at Service Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Shabukdo.
Thanks. I did want to ask a couple of questions about HARP. The first has to do with a letter. Look, I'll give you a copy of it, but you've received it already, which comes from a housing co-op, High Hopes, who own quite a number of units in Peninsular Halifax, and I can kind of summarize it for you. It has to do with the impact of HARP as it is presently structured on the nonprofit housing sector, so that in their co-op, the heating costs are part of the rent. And this is part of an overall ethos in the co-op that is a way of addressing energy poverty. It's a way of keeping rents as low as possible, which are considerably below market. And yet they find, and this is the argument that's made in the letter, it seems to me entirely reasonable, that as HARP is presently set up and excluding tenants whose heating costs are included in the rent, it prevents the program from providing the support to people who live in housing co-ops that perhaps the government would actually wish to. And that certainly in a time when we know we need all hands on deck on housing expansion, as the minister often says, one of those hands on deck is the non-market sector and the co-op sector. And High Hopes, the authors of this letter to the minister, have identified the exclusion of co-ops, the exclusion of anyone who keeps the heat within the rent as a real impediment for them being able to provide affordable housing. So I'm wondering, the request they make, if it's something that the minister and the department could give some consideration to, either making special provisions for the non-market sector within HARP, or making some provision outside of HARP so that the support that's provided through HARP would not be excluded to this sector that we know we need to be providing support and help to. So I wonder if the minister could speak to that issue.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member for the question and sharing a copy of the correspondence, actually going through process of responding to the organization, to the co-op. So appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly about this. So the way that the heating assistance rebate program is structured, it's structured to be a rebate for those who pay for their heat directly. So including, I guess, even in situations beyond what the member is asking here, if a landlord were to pay for their heat and the tenant doesn't pay for it, well, then the tenant can't apply for the rebate and such. So it's designed as such to be a rebate, and the premise of the member's question would generate that the solution would be a completely different structure for the current heating assistance rebate program. It's not necessarily something that we're entertaining at this time, because we believe that HARP is a well-greased machine. It's fairly quick to get the money out the door. Albeit this year we had a high number of applications in the first couple weeks of the program alone. I believe 83,000 in the first week, when we have, prior to our government coming in, had 49,000 applications. So in 1 week, receiving double the application volume that we would see an entire program year. And that I know through questions that have come forward and correspondence, there had been some delays. And as I indicated in my opening remarks, we worked diligently to cross-train staff and offer overtime and fill those staffing vacancies. Again, as I've indicated in a previous response, I know that landlords in Nova Scotians, and frankly all Nova Scotians, are eligible for the rebate on the provincial portion of their HST directly from their energy bills through the Your Energy Rebate Program. I think got a firm number that's $130 million investment through government this year. So if this organization, or if another organization or Nova Scotians not receiving that rebate, they should apply. And I want to correct myself, there's also online applications. I said it was paper-based, but it's one of the digital solutions that we're offering. And rental property owners like High Hopes could also reach out to our colleagues at Housing Nova Scotia. There's a number of programs there, I know, including like the rental residential rehabilitation assistance program. And there's also some programs through the Community Housing Transformation Center. So these are some of the initiatives as a government that we're supporting, but we believe that HARP, currently the way it's structured, is best in meeting the needs of Nova Scotians as how we are implementing it.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Shabukdo.
So what about finding a way outside of the structure of HARP to extend this support to this sector, which I'm sure unintentionally they and the residents are being excluded from?
I recognize the honourable minister.
So again, HARP is structured in a way that if you're eligible, it's not necessarily exclusively tenants. It could be folks that own their own home. So I don't want this program to be limited, or in the context of the question, be limited to the rental market. We do not, through Service Nova Scotia, necessarily have programs that are exclusively designated or directed to the housing market, the housing providers. So community housing, like cooperatives, are supported through the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, through Housing Nova Scotia. So to the member's question, would require broader discussions, and perhaps would be something that would land within the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. But again, remind the member that this organization would receive the 10% off of their provincial HST on their energy bill.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Shabukdo.
Well, thank you. Well, continuing then to think about HARP, one thing I think all constituency offices experienced this year was a lot of distress about delays in the payments. So what people want to know, I think, if we have a HARP question, is it going to be better this year?
I recognize the honourable minister, Service Nova Scotia.
Certainly as a government and as an MLA, as a government, we recognize the importance of HARP. As an MLA, I recognize the importance of HARP and the impact that it has for many of our constituents. Up until we came into government, the budget was stagnant at $10 million. And at $200 rebate, we increased that. And we provided a one-time top-up in 21-22 to bring the rebate amount to $350, and the budget was $16.5 million. We've made subsequent changes, including a one-time top-up to the 1,000 rebate for last year, and then this year we've made the changes to threshold and rebate amount. So we do have more money allocated in budget 24-25. It's essentially triple of the original rebate or the HARP program. So it's previously $10 million, now it's $33 million for 24-25. As I indicated in a past response, we've not shied away from topping up and making the appropriate changes to the program. Mid-year, we use the data that we have from previous years to inform my department, to form our government on how we should go forward with the program. So we'll do the same thing for the HARP program for 24-25. The threshold is $55,000 for a single family, $75,000 for a family household. Those were values that were determined based on the data we had from last year. And we essentially saw a significant drop in the volume of applications based on the previous $85,000 general threshold. That was for both individuals and for households. So again, we'll take the data from this year, and if we have to make mid-year or take mid-year appropriations, or additional appropriations, we'll do it.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax-Shabukdo.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm thinking here not so much about the fiscal power of the fund, but about its administration. So I would say from a customer satisfaction point of view, my own experience of the fund this year was that there were more complaints, and I've asked others about this. It seems to me this is a pretty broad feeling, not just about delays in the payments, but also this year the application process seemed to generate more problems. People were getting more callbacks about more information. People were confused in ways they hadn't been before. I wonder, does the minister acknowledge that there were problems of this sort this year that need to be straightened out, and where is the department on the straightening out process?
The Honourable Service Nova Scotia Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the opportunity to follow up and clarify. So there are labor shortages in Nova Scotia, and that certainly applies even to some of the positions within government. And so we had some staffing challenges for the processing of this application. The fact is that with the program expansion, we received an unprecedented volume of applications, upwards of 100,000 applications in the first 2 weeks. So it wasn't a perfect process. Again, there is some digital enablement with online applications. Certainly encourage constituents to do so online. It avoids errors, it avoids typos, it avoids things getting lost in the mail, because every paper-based application that arrives has to be inputted into a digital system, into a computer system anyways. And then that may trigger some of the arguments of what the members bring forward. So if a B is put as a D or a P as a O, it causes an issue because it doesn't line up with our CRA verification. Which leads me to the other part of my response, is that there is an audit process that is mandatory, and that's mandatory through the CRA. Government's is required to audit 5% of our applications to avoid fraud. So there is a due diligence process there. And so, yes, there is every year a requirement to contact at least 5% of folks for at least for audit purposes, and they'd be required to provide a power bill. And certainly, it's an extra step that for Nova Scotians perhaps is an inconvenience, but it is a requirement of our due diligence, and it's a normal function of the program, and it's ultimately the role of government to make sure that our programs are administered in a responsible way. So what I would also say is 75%, approximately 75% of our applications are approved in less than 8 weeks, and then about 14.7% were 8 to 9 weeks, and the remainder were greater than that. But again, one of the challenges, and not limited to the heating assistance rebate program, government, my department may send out a notice that to the member or to an individual and say, we need your proof of your power bill. And if it takes them 3 weeks or 4 weeks to get back to us, that skews our numbers as well. So we have worked very hard. I do want to recognize the staff that did come in from different units that worked on weekends, that took additional overtime to address the backlog, and we did that as quickly as possible. Is it certainly something that we want to avoid in the future? Absolutely. And it's certainly, as I indicated in my opening remarks, customer service is top of mind, service excellence and service delivery. I think we could have changed the department name to the Department of Service Delivery and Service Excellence, and it would speak to the mandate and the mission of Service Nova Scotia. The Premier's mantra of more faster, well, if we can get more HARP rebates out faster, so be it. We'll do it as quickly as we can.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax-Shabukto.
Thanks. With the questions of my Liberal colleague previously, you were talking about the change from $1,000 to $600, and most of your answers had to do with how this was a one-time change and not a cut and so on. But I think what didn't get addressed, which would be useful to have it addressed, is the rationale for the 600. So we know that the Deputy Minister spoke earlier in the year about how there had been lots of options on the government's table, a lot of things being considered, but I don't think it has ever been explained when the change was made, whether you call it a cut as we do, or whether you call it a reversion to something it was before the one-off. Either way, why 6? Why not 8? Why not 750? Can the Minister speak to this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I won't get into back and forth on what we'll call it, if it's tripling the original rebate, which I'll go with. So as a government, whether it's the heating assistance rebate program, whether it's the Seniors Care Grant, whether it's programs administered through Department of Natural Resources or Public Works. There are always decisions to be made. I believe the Premier has spoke during this legislative session about the asks that were put forward on behalf of departments across government, and I believe it was in the ballpark of $1 billion in addition to our $16 billion budget. So there's always going to be more to be done, and we always as a government want to do more. When we looked at understanding that 2023 was a one-time change, and we would have to look at this year's budget and this year's program, and factoring in the data from the 23-24 program, we landed on the thresholds, and we landed on tripling the regional rebate. So we remain agile in this program. We'll have more to say specifically on the heating assistance rebate program for 24-25 later as the program comes closer. But we're always listening to Nova Scotians. Listen to Nova Scotians that Seniors Care Grant was an important thing, and that's why we invested more in the Seniors Care Grant. Listen to Nova Scotians that energy home retrofits, great thing. We investing money there to help reduce their reliance on fossil fuels and help reduce their consumption of electricity and help them reduce their overall energy demand. What I'd also say is we also listen to Nova Scotians when, through our budget process, that they wanted that we should be indexing our income tax brackets, doing that in budget 24-25. Heard loud and clear from many Nova Scotians that we should be investing in a school lunch program. We're doing a universal school lunch program. Heard from many Nova Scotians that we should be investing in preventative care. That's why we're investing in continuous glucose monitors. So there are a breadth of supports, there are a breadth of initiatives, and I just don't want to limit decisions of government being on one particular program, but we are always listening to Nova Scotians and recognizing that regardless if it's what government's in power, there will always be a desire and a need to do more, and it is our commitment as a government that will be there to support Nova Scotians and strive to do more.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. So I'm asking a bit of a more precise question about the rationale. So I don't think the argument could have been put forward from anywhere. I don't think the minister would put forward the argument that the cost of living environment justified this change. I doubt that there has been a groundswell of opinion saying, please make this change. 6/10 of what it was last year would be better. I don't think anyone has said that. So the government has had a rationale by which we have moved to the number 6, whatever you call that, not 7, not 5. I think it's reasonable to, in the budget estimates process, to ask, how did you get to 6? Did you split the difference between 2 and 1,000? Or is there, in fact, a rationale that can be presented?
I recognize the honourable minister, Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think there are unlimited possibilities pertaining to this program. There are so many variables, not so many, but there are a number of variables, whether it be the thresholds, the income thresholds themselves, or the rebate amount themselves. So you can calculate to your heart's content on the budget impacts for this particular program. Ultimately, there were many options that were examined, and part of the deliberations and discussions that were had led us to support Nova Scotians with $600, an unprecedented number of households and individuals being supported with $600, again, triple what was previously done for many, many years. And recognizing that we're always looking at the program, we're making program decisions based on data from previous years. And that's where we ended up for this year. And as I noted to the member in a previous response, as HARP 24-25 approaches, we'll have more information to say then, but we have to wrap up this year's application process, which is wrapping up in next week. So if folks haven't applied yet, I encourage them to apply.
I recognize the honourable member.
Thanks. So I would like to direct our attention to fixed term leases. We have just through FOIPOP channels the jurisdictional scan the department conducted, and I'm pretty sure that the minister's familiar with this, which explains how there are 7 jurisdictions that are not doing what we do with fixed term leases, and are doing more along the general lines of automatic offering of renewals. So in the course of looking at what is being done with fixed term leases across the country, I want to ask, as the minister's thinking on this question changed. I mean, when we began to have exchanges about this in the House, the minister's thinking was often, I think you could characterize it as, a few bad apples, that there were abuses. We had a system for dealing with abuses. But I thought that the minister generally rejected the idea that this was a pervasive or ubiquitous problem in the province. But the situation has been changing a lot over the course of the time that the minister has been addressing this question. And I wonder if your thinking about the problem of the proliferation of fixed-term leases has changed any in the course of the last year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I would say is that recognize that there is a role for fixed-term leases in Nova Scotia. They give tenants an option if they require short-term accommodations. I've spoken at length before about different situations such as school or a term position, term job. I'd say we are aware of some landlords using fixed-term leases for unintended purposes, whether it be putting tenants on a trial or whatnot. What I would shy away from is painting all landlords with the same brush. What I'd also shy away from is painting all tenants with the same brush. Because sometimes I feel that some statements are made and some reporting's done that portray that this is every situation. I contrast that to discussions pertaining to rent evictions, that rent evictions were happening left, right, and center when we knew that that was not necessarily the case and that there was a process to follow, and frankly encouraged MLAs of all stripes to help inform their constituents and work with their constituents to apply to the program and go through that process. I don't want my words, as the member had referenced, you know, a few bad apples, be characterized as not recognizing the challenges within the residential tenancy landscape. Certainly acknowledge them head on. The fact that we have a 1% or hovering around 1% vacancy rate, creating real challenges for Nova Scotians, real challenges for tenants and real challenges for some landlords. And frankly, compounding some of the issues that we're seeing. Would we be seeing some of the issues within residential tenancies if we had a 5% vacancy rate? It's a hypothetical question, but I would say likely not. Again, I'd remind the member that we do not keep track of leases, whether they're fixed term or periodic. So information that we do have is based on what's presented by members or what we see in the media or feedback, important feedback, I'd add, from our stakeholders. That said, whether it's changes to fixed-term leases or changes to the rent cap or changes to the rent eviction process or any other change to the program, I know the member and I perhaps disagree on the weight of the balance, but the program is designed and exists to balance and protect the rights of both tenants and landlords. And we strive to do that. I think if we bring forward, if anybody brings forward a legislative package, nobody's ever happy. It's one good thing for one side and another good thing for the other side, and it's always not enough. But as the minister responsible, my commitments is still there. As always, looking at modernizing and strengthening the program, but also being cautious about any unintended consequences. I spoke briefly when I was answering a question from the member from Bedford South about changes to the rent cap. It is a very tight rope. I don't think many could walk across. But the reality is that we need all landlords to remain to be part of the solution, to remain part of the marketplace, and there is caution to be taken within this landscape to not push any tenant or to any landlords out of that marketplace and convince them to sell their property or whatnot. Because with a 1% vacancy rate, we need all hands on deck. We need all units that we need, and we need government investments, which we are doing, to build the supply, to build the capacity, to build more Nova Scotians places to call home, give them more choice, which I think will have a greater impact in the long run on our housing market. So that said, my position to support the intended use of fixed-term leases has not changed. And I'd be cautious of painting with a broad 10-inch brush, all landlords or all tenants in any fashion or label them any which way. I think there will be always difficult tenants and there'll be always difficult landlords, but it's engaging with our stakeholders and hearing their feedback and trying to get it right. We'll never get it perfect. That will continue to move in the right direction.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. What I'm suggesting is that over the minister's tenure in the department, there has been a change. As the minister has said, we don't track these numbers, but I think there's lots of evidence from people who work in this field that fixed-term leases have become while the minister has been serving, much more pervasive. And so I want to ask, does the minister agree with me or acknowledge that there are virtually no residential leases available in Halifax today other than fixed-term leases?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. So I would assume that some of the information that the member is receiving is likely from some of the same stakeholders that we engage with, and certainly appreciate their engagement and their insight into the rental market. That said, we do not track periodic or fixed-term leases. So I cannot say for certainty whether what the member is saying is entirely true or not. But again, what I would say to the member's point is if that, in today's market, if it's a 1% vacancy rate with a number of fixed-term leases or a 1% vacancy rate with 100% periodic leases, the fact is that we need more housing. The fact is that Nova Scotians need more choice. The fact is that we need more availability across the spectrum, and that's why our government's taking action. We're investing in housing. We have our Action for Housing plan, $1 billion over 5 years for 41,000 new housing units. And it's across the continuum, whether it be affordable housing, public housing, modular housing for healthcare workers, student housing. And that's the direction of our government, and I think it's in the right direction, and we'll continue to move on that path.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Shabukdo.
Thanks. Well, so I've suggested that there has been a dramatic change in the most recent period, and the minister's response is that, well, actually, we don't have the data to support that view. So why not get the data? It's very important. If in fact the position that the minister has, I think, rightly said, that lots of stakeholders hold, that fixed-term leases have become across the board in the residential rental market, particularly in the city. If that's true, this ought to have a very major impact on government policy. If the government doesn't know whether it's true or not, isn't it important for the government to find out? And so why not collect this data, and having collected it, why not make it available to the public?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Service Nova Scotia.
So what the member is referring to could, in part, require the implementation of a landlord registry, which we're not interested to be doing. It would also, at least bare minimum, require a lease registry. That's not something that government's entertaining. My initial thoughts are that it would add a level of burden to collect that data, to pretty much inform government of what we already know. We know there's a low vacancy rate. We know we need more housing, and that's the solution to housing. So I'd rather have my staff support any other department who's focused on the solution to housing is all hands on deck, let's build housing. If it's pounding down nails, and that was what we had to do, we're allowed to go through that process, I'd rather them be doing that and building housing than collecting data on 300,000 tenants based on the type of their unit or their lease rather, to say we have an issue compounded by low vacancy rate. If we had a higher vacancy rate, probably wouldn't be as big of an issue. I'd also add that government doesn't collect data on private contracts, so that's another one thing I'd say. But speaking of data as a whole, there's an initiative underway at the department not pertaining to the members necessarily, the members' question on data of the types of leases, but we're actually modernizing the existing tenancy information management system. So that's a system that was launched in 2005, and there had been enhancements that had been made previously, but no other enhancements were made available. It became sort of a legacy technology, like we refer to, and so it's become no longer supported by the existing vendor. So this system, and it's a case management system, is being modernized. It's actually a multidisciplinary team that's working on this with new business processes. It started back in last summer, so we'll expect to have that completed in next year at some point. So I think that will help indirectly answer the member's question on using data to make further decisions on the program. Is if it's right. So I'll give you the member an example. Previously, a lot of questions and attention around the process and the volume of rent eviction applications and number of approvals. So my direction to my staff was want the data. Well, unfortunately for them, it meant going through paper-based applications and online applications and flipping through and yes, application, no, that's another one, yeah, and actually manually going through that. It's a burden, it shouldn't happen, and this investment in the modernization will help address that. It's approximately $1.7 million in tangible capital asset initiative. So it's one of our modernizations that we're underway, but I think will help support our priority as a government to address housing, working with our other departments as well.
There's approximately 11 minutes left. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Well, related to the pervasiveness of fixed-term leases is the increasing problem in the residential tenancies world of evictions. So does the department know what the trend is in evictions? Are there more, less, and does the department know the types of evictions? Other provinces, many of them collect this information, not just the aggregate information about evictions, but the type of eviction, and this would allow us, in fact, to relate it or not relate it to fixed-term leases. But presently, we don't. Do we have that data?
Recognize the honourable minister.
Short answer is no. Long answer is my answer from the previous question. So the modernization of the tenancy information management system will be able to enable my department to do just that, track hearing times, track some of the details that the member is referencing, the type of evictions and whatnot. Again, so I guess I can answer specifically to the data that I have for evictions on rent evictions. So since we started tracking applications in March of 2021, we've received 292 applications to date. And we have 13 active applications. 97 of the 292 have been dismissed. 49 have resulted in a mediated settlement, and 13 have been withdrawn. And if you're quick with your math, it leaves 44 that have been approved. So just that one example that I shared with the member is labor intensive, which will be expedited, and I know that's something that our stakeholders have asked for, subject to FOIPOP requests on different data. So when we do get FOIPOPs for residential tenancies, and if it takes longer than 30 days, perhaps it's because it's a large volume of files. So perhaps I'll be able to talk about our FOIPOP process in a later question. But yes, that will be rectified in our modernization.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Shabukdo.
One of the things that I contend demonstrates the ubiquity of fixed-term leases at the moment is the fact that the rent cap is so poorly reflected in average rent increases. It is quite striking that with a rent cap of 5%, we have average rental increases of more than double that. You've heard me say before, I think this is related to the fact that fixed-term leases are being used to get around the rent cap. And I understand that that's not the minister's view, but then in your view, what causes this discrepancy? How can we have an 11% rent increase with a 5% rent cap unless something is undermining the rent cap? And if it's not fixed-term leases, what does the minister think it is?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So certainly will not dismiss the fact that rents are increasing in Nova Scotia. I will not dismiss the fact that this is a source of struggle for a number of Nova Scotians. And part of the arguments that are factored into our discussions and deliberations on how we work to balance the rights and the needs of both tenants and landlords. To answer the member's question, so CMHC, so I'll talk about CMHC. There's been reports on rentals.ca, and I'm sure somebody could do an analysis on Kijiji.ca and compare last month to this month, and based on a number of units that are available, and they could wait another 6 months to do it. I'm sure those folks do great work. Those are taken from a limited source of data. CMHC, I tend to trust their reporting. And what I'd say is that their reporting, their statistics, represent current and existing tenancies, so those that are protected and some that are not protected under the rent cap, as well as new units that have entered the marketplace. So what the recent CMHC report has also highlighted is that despite a low vacancy rate, we've seen record-breaking number of new units come onto the market, which is probably in part due to the fact that government has supported the building, the construction of new rental units through different initiatives. One, I think probably the significant one is the removal of the provincial HST. And others, the granny suite option and others. So the fact that we're incentivizing Nova Scotians, and whether it be, Mary and Joe down the street, or if it's a developer that wants to build new units, and they're ready to be part of the solution, and contributing to building more stock and more places that Nova Scotians can call home, the fact that we have those new units coming in at a certain value, and coming in at market value, not year one being protected by or under, not subject to the rent cap, rather, that is probably contributing to the increase that the member is referencing to. So what I also say, I mean, of course, as a government, we're responsible for issues at hand in our province, and we take action where we can and the best that we can. And there's some factors that are out of government's control. So when it comes to labor shortage, and that's not directly in our control, but we're doing what we can to supply to increase the availability of skilled trades. So more opportunities for skilled trades, for example. Trying to incentivize newcomers to come to Nova Scotia, try to retain Nova Scotians here, that not have to pay the provincial income tax on the first 50,000 for those under 30. And I encourage, frankly, all members to share that program, because it is a couple years in and still digging some traction. And I think we have to do a better job to make sure that our youth see that they have a place to call home in Nova Scotia, and see that they have an opportunity for themselves to grow and live and raise a family here in Nova Scotia. And that for the next 10, 15, 20 years, there's not going to be any decrease in the necessity to have skilled trades and skilled trades people in our province. But I say that because the challenges that we're experiencing, including rental increases, not unique to Nova Scotia, not unique to other jurisdictions that have rent cap places, or what the member is advocating for longer-term rental control. Those jurisdictions as well have seen increases in rent. So again, I think the root cause, the major issue within the rental market is directly tied to our low vacancy rate, and validates why, as a government, we have to do more. We have a good foundation on our housing plan. I have confidence in the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing on the plan that he's announced, and the investments that we're making across the continuum to offer Nova Scotians more places to call home, more supply, more availability. Because I think if Nova Scotians had 10 choices, if they were to look for a place online, if it was rentals.ca or Kijiji or whatever the source may be, and there was 10 choices to pick from instead of one place to choose from, I think some of the points that the member is raising would not necessarily be as prominent in the market. But certainly, I do not want any of this to diminish the fact that there are Nova Scotians that are struggling to find a place to call home. There are Nova Scotians that are struggling to make ends meet. And it's the member referenced, there's a lot that has changed since in my tenure as minister, 150%. A lot has changed since I was first elected in 2019. We've gone through a global pandemic. We've lived through some of the most difficult times, especially here in our province. And we're coming out of that with
Order, and that would conclude the round for the NDP colleagues. I pass it back to the member for Bedford South.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a brief recess. We're now in recess. Order. The subcommittee on estimates will resume. I recognize the member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Glad to be back in the saddle, as it were, but I am going to defer some of my time here to the independent member from Cumberland North. Let her take it away.
Awesome.
Recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and everyone in the department. I'll just have a few moments just to ask a few questions, so thank you. One of the questions that I had that's affected some of our hospitals up in Cumberland North is issues around procurement, and I'm wondering if the minister might be able to answer a few questions around that. Of course, the very public situation was after Alison Holthoff's death, and it really highlighted the fact that the emergency department renovations had taken so long. And one of the reasons that I had been given was due to supply chain issues and the length of time for procurement of the materials to do the renovations. And now we're seeing sort of similar reasoning giving for the delays of the opening of the hospital at North Cumberland, which is in Pugwash. So I believe that community hospital was scheduled to be open last July, then it was delayed till December, and now it's further delayed. I think it might be May is the new date, but again, the reasoning is procurement. And I'm wondering if the minister, if the department has given any consideration to changing the procurement. Right now, my understanding at least, and certainly the department can correct me if I'm wrong, is that here in Nova Scotia, everything is under one office. So you have clinical, IT, construction, everything's under one procurement office, whereas in most provinces, there's a separate office for clinical procurement. So it's a little more specialized, and many that work in the industry would believe that that may lead to greater efficiencies in getting RFPs completed. I'm wondering if the minister can comment on that. Has there been any discussion around creating a clinical procurement office here in Nova Scotia?
Recognize the honourable minister, Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So a couple elements to that question. The first pertaining to renovations. So I guess I'll start and state again. So the Division of Procurement within Service Nova Scotia, we provide an advisory role to all government departments and agencies. So we work with them and support them through their procurement process and their pathway, if it's through an RFP or RFQ, RFI, Alt-P, whatever it may be. But ultimately, they're responsible for the implementation or going through that process. So once it's gone through, and in this case, I don't know exactly if it would be DPW or if this is a project that's administered by Nova Scotia Health or a renovation that's being done by Nova Scotia Health, and in conjunction with DHW, it would be up to them to go through that. So I don't know if what the member's hearing, if procurement is being used as a synonym for the acquisition of goods, because from my perspective, like, we wouldn't be holding anything up on, if it's studs or if it's nails or whatever it may be to finish the renovations, we would not be able to impact the market on that availability. So I hope that answers that question there. On the side of clinical services or procurement of clinical goods, so it's a good question. So again, it sort of validates why we recognize that each respective department understands their needs and their objectives better, and that's why we work with them very closely. So there actually is already a specialized team of 25 folks, is my understanding, that focus exclusively on supporting clinical services. So that team exists within the division already.
I recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the minister, is this something new, or is this for the clinical procurement, is this something that's just been recently, like over the last year, been changed? Or has this always been the case? And I'm wondering if the minister has any data on what would be the normal for the procurement office, how many RFPs per staff per year on average would the staff be able to complete? And I'm just wondering if there's any comparable analysis to other provinces.
I recognize the honourable minister.
So that clinical team has been in place since 2015. So that's that answer. Diving into more of the specifics of numbers. So the numbers of contracts, I got numbers for fiscal 22-23. There was 820 contracts established for goods, services, and construction. And there's actually savings for that fiscal in the range of $95.6 million. The return on investment was nearly 8 times the value. The contract life savings for that fiscal since 2015 has been over $544 million. The number of tenders posted on our portal in fiscal 22-23 was 517. Again, we posted, or there was a number, sorry, not posted, we established contracts in fiscal 22-23. There was 820 contracts for the value of $1.35 billion. I think it's really important to note how much money is actually invoiced to spend in Nova Scotia. We've almost 74% of our spend is here in Nova Scotia, and we're always looking to support Nova Scotia companies more and more. And I guess I don't have specifics of year over year beyond that or other provinces, but those are sort of a summary of procurement 101 in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and staff. For example, in New Brunswick, it's on average 3 to 5 RFPs per employee per year for completed RFPs. And I was just curious if we had any data, if we're comparable. The question, I guess, that especially when we're looking at delays in renovations, specifically I'm pertaining to Cumberland Regional with the flood, from the renovations with the flood, it was close to triple the length of time it took to get that work done. Certainly caused a lot of heartache for the staff and for the patients. And now, again, we see delays in Pugwash. And what I'm being told through people that work with these two projects is that a lot of the concerns, I guess, would be around the length of time it takes for the concerns that have been shared with me are that because we don't have a specific office of clinical procurement like other provinces, that we have a longer than average length of time to get requests RFPs completed. So I'm wondering if there's been any comparison of the efficiency here in Nova Scotia compared to other provinces that have specific legislative, like in our province, there's one piece of legislation, everything falls under one office, where in other provinces, there's actual legislation where there's a very clear, separate delineation of work for clinical procurement versus everything being done overall. Of course, I'm asking these questions, Minister, just because my concerns, we just want to try to get as much efficiency for our province as much as possible. So Is the minister able to provide any information around maybe what is the average length of time for completion of an RFP here in Nova Scotia? Clinical specifically.
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So staff informed me that our numbers in Nova Scotia are similar year to year, or similar, should say, to New Brunswick's. Vary year to year, depending on what's going on in the province. So I can't speak specifically to the member's question about the renovations ongoing at the regional hospital. What I would and direct the member towards two colleagues at Nova Scotia Health and DHW. And so it would be also very difficult to sort of generalize timelines for RFPs because they vary in complexity and magnitude and the breadth of them, especially when we're talking about clinical projects. There's clinical input from clinicians. It comes also down to clinical availability to participate in that. So that's just the RFP process. But then also, I guess, when we're talking about project delays and project timelines, would perhaps be a little bit different than RFPs themselves. Also are impacted by factors that are not controlled by government, whether it's be vendor availability or supply availability. So those are real factors impacting many different elements that we've been talking about this evening on housing and road work. We haven't talked about that. But, Minister of Public Works is in the other chamber speaking at length about that. But I'd be hesitant to say that any delays pertaining to that renovation are associated within the procurement shop at Service Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'm wondering, is there any data available that the minister would be able to share, like where there shows where there is actual analysis looking at our efficiency for our procurement office? Is there anything that the minister would be able to share that could be made public, or that just to be able to look clearly to see, are we on par with the rest of the Canadian provinces when we're looking at clinical procurement? And of course, there's a lot of health projects on the go when we look at capital projects and here in the province. So it is a really important topic. And I just am wondering if there is a real deep dive to look at our efficiencies in that department, in the procurement office specifically.
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So we do track times, and that's something we could share with the member. I guess sort of briefly, ever so briefly and lightly, putting my former hat of Minister responsible for healthcare redevelopment infrastructure. Yes, there are a number of health infrastructure projects underway, clinical projects. That's likely varying across the province or across the country, rather, year to year. So it might be difficult to aggregate that data and have a true comparable analysis in that fashion. But what I would say is that we're always looking at value for money. We're always looking at value for people, and we're also looking at the return on investment. So, for fiscal 22-23, our return on investment is almost 11 times the spend. So. That's what we track. We also track the money that's being invoiced and spent in Nova Scotia. As I noted, we're approximately 74% of the invoice spend is in Nova Scotia. Can we do better? Absolutely. Are we going to try to do better? Absolutely. And especially when we look at our big spenders, like Public Works, obviously, a big spender, one of the biggest ones, I should say. Seniors long-term care, early childhood, or education, early childhood development. So, and I'll finish by adding that 91% of our RFPs are awarded to Nova Scotia-based companies. So it's part of our strategic pathway to support Nova Scotians and to support Nova Scotia companies, and investing right back in Nova Scotia companies, investing in the tax base of Nova Scotia, investing in revenue or income generated in Nova Scotia, and hopefully keeping businesses generating in our province.
Recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister. And I know everything in the procurement office is important. I do lean towards clinical. It's obviously something that is very important to all Nova Scotians, and making sure that we have as much efficiency. And I have no doubts that all of the staff in your department and the procurement office do incredible work. So not doubting that, but I'm just wondering if there's anything we might be able to do that would actually help them to, and when there's a more specialized office of clinical procurement, that a lot of times we do see efficiencies around that. And I'm wondering if the minister can comment around the health app that the Premier has been promoting around the province. Did that go through a procurement process? And if yes, how long did that take? If no, what was the reasoning that it didn't go through procurement?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much. So I answered this in a previous response, but I'll say it again. So I want to clarify the role of procurement within the procurement division within the province here. So we provide an advisory role to government departments. So in this case, health, it could be agriculture, it could be natural resources, it could be public works, on their procurement pathway. Ultimately, it's up to them to decide which path they want to go down, whether it be RFP, RFQ, Alt-P, because they know their needs, they know their outcomes and objectives better than folks necessarily in procurement, although they're very smart and intelligent folks that support this important work. As I indicated before, Alt-Ps are a legitimate part of the process, becomes sort of a taboo word, it seems, in the last number of weeks and months. But no, they are recognized as being part of the procurement process when government decides that it's not necessarily beneficial to government to go to the market. So alternate procurements are allowed under our trade agreements. There are 23 reasons for which an alternate procurement can be used, and they are accepted and justified by the provinces and territories. I would add, as I noted before, that at least since 2015, I'm not aware that there's been a legal or trade dispute over the use of an alternate procurement. I'll add also that approved and supported have become synonymous when we refer to alternate procurements. Two different things. So the procurement division will support or not support the decision of a department to entertain the idea of using alternate procurement. The decision to approve or not approve the alternate procurement lies with the deputy head. So it's not the chief procurement officer that says approved or not approved. It's up to the deputy of that respective department that's making these decisions, understanding that they know their business and they know their needs and objectives better. So I just want to, again, clarify that. So for the member's question on the Think Research Corporation contract, I don't have, well, it was sought through an alternate procurement under the absence of competition. It was justified under the exemption for health and social services. That exemption has been used in a few cases. There's actually ongoing work with intergovernmental affairs and external legal to formalize more parameters around the utilization of health and social services, and that will be embedded in the broader list of exemptions for alternate procurements. But again, I want to reassure the member that there were extensive discussions with trade and legal on this particular one to validate the appropriateness under the Canada Free Trade Agreement to use the exemption for health and social services on this particular contract.
I recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And I believe my colleague may have more questions on that. Maybe I'll just ask with one final question. Did the minister and his department recommend alternate procurement, or was that the decision of the health department? And I guess as part of that, if Service Nova Scotia did recommend this company that they used, had they done, I guess, a financial analysis of the company, considering the current financial state that this company is in now, that now we may be in a situation where we're not going to be able to get updates or keep that app current, because if that company was to fail, and I know that's a risk with any company that you do business with, but
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you. So again, we as a division, procurement as a division within Service Nova Scotia provides advisory, an advisory role and advice to government departments. This is the same case for the Department of Health and Wellness, who's ultimately responsible for the decision on the alternate procurement. So my understanding is that they came to us with the desire to seek support for an alternate procurement. When a department comes forward with such an ask, there's some back and forth discussions, better understanding of the requirements. In this case, again, it was supported, and then the department moved forward with approving it themselves. It's my understanding they were hired for 1 year, at which time after that it would be reviewed.
I recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and the team, and I'll turn my rest of my time over to my Liberal colleague.
Recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I just clarify how much time is left in the hour?
35 minutes and 33 seconds.
Man of precision. Minister, I just wanted to go back to the last question I asked, and the member from Cumberland North was kind of touching on this health and social services exemption, which you said has been used a few times. I'm just curious, do we know how many times it's been used, and when when did it start to be used? Because the impression I get is that it's a fairly new exemption. So I just wanted to clarify, when was it first used, and do we know how many times it has been used? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So again, we've used it on a small number of occasions. My understanding is less than half a dozen of times in the last 6 months. There is, as I understand, work underway in other provinces as well, who are embarked on the same work as us, working to define a set criteria for it to be applied for particular circumstances for this exemption. So again, as I shared before, the work in Nova Scotia is underway with external legal and IGA. And one example that I'll share with the member is the Maple app that has been procured to deliver virtual care.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify here. So the alternative procurement used in the case of Think Research here, which is for the app development, which I believe was about $12 million, if I can recall correctly, was used or approved through a health and social services exemption, even though, as you said earlier, Minister, it doesn't appear that all of the criteria for that exemption are in place yet. Is that standard practice? That seems unusual to me. Is that appropriate to be giving out alternative procurements for millions of dollars without a criteria in place to judge the appropriateness of that award?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. So I want to clarify what I said, and if I misspoke, my apologies. So the criteria is in place, and it's specific to our trade agreements. What I was referring to is the work that's underway with external legal and discussions with intergovernmental affairs to give more clarity to the departments. So a little bit more structure, I guess maybe a little bit less gray. There will always be gray. I think within the 23 reasons for Alt-Ps, there is a level of gray in there, and there will be. And I guess when a department will come forward with the desire to seek an alternate procurement, there will still need to be, those asks will still need to be assessed. Those discussions will still need to take place, just like they were for the tender, the Alt-P for Think Research. And I guess what I would say is that the same process would happen in a year's time once this work with IGA and external legal is done. So I want to reassure the member that the assessments and the discussions that took place to support that Alt-P would be similar ones that would take place if it were to happen again tomorrow.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess the point I would make is that I think if there is a need to clarify or provide more details, which I assume there must be, otherwise these discussions with IGA and legal wouldn't be happening. If that level of uncertainty, I would say, exists, then I question why this exemption would be used in cases of not insignificant amounts of money. We're talking $12 million to develop an app, which there's lots of, I'm not an app developer, but I know there's lots of them out there. And to think that there is only one, or that there's a need to do things so quickly in this case, really, I don't understand. And I think it's part of a broader trend I see with this government to put the cart well before the horse and justify some of those decisions by saying, well, you know, we're going to get this done 2 years faster, or, you know, the opposition doesn't like Efficiency One or St. Mary's University or other institutions because they don't like the process. It's not the outcome that I have questions about, it's the process. And I think there are issues here around an exemption that is maybe half-baked and being used to develop an app that the Premier is very, very proud of talking about constantly. So I think those are fair questions. With regards to the Hogan Court development, which also used alternative procurement processes for the construction management contract, which was initially, I believe, for $400,000 and was subsequently expanded to over $10 million, $10.6 million. Was that alternative procurement also given under this health and social services exemption?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the decision to go down that pathway stemmed from a standing offer process, and that's how they were selected. I do want to quickly go back to the discussion on the app, and I guess any of those decisions, again, I would respectfully defer to the Department of Health and Wellness and colleagues at Nova Scotia Health. But I want to clarify for the record and clear any gray that's been perhaps spun here, is that conversations on ALT-Ps and assessments on ALT-Ps happen every single day or whenever they arise. If I don't want the member to be trying to connect invisible dots with an imaginary line here on the utilization of this alternate procurement. Conversations are underway to provide greater clarity and greater structure on the utilization of this particular this particular exemption for health and social services. Again, those discussions, those assessments for the utilization of this alternate procurement, which was supported by Procurement Division and approved by the Department of Health and Wellness to go down this pathway for Think Research, those discussions, those assessments happened and would happen either way. They would still happen if the assessment and the work of IGN External Legal was completed today. There would still be those assessments, still be the discussion. So I don't want some sort of conclusion drawn that we're backpedaling or there's work being done to start to question to support the support of the alternate procurement. That's completely false. I too believe in the app. I'll speak as a member of government, as a former healthcare worker, as somebody that recognizes that we need to do things differently in this province. For far too long, it was status quo. It was same scope of practice. It was same access points. It was the same model of care. Nova Scotia has changed a lot, as I've spoken about in a previous response, and will continue to change. If we continue to accept status quo, we're on the path for disaster. Things will never get better in healthcare. Things will never get better in housing. Things will never get better in education. We need to seize the moment in front of us. We need to seize the opportunities that are in front of us. And that includes specifically, I guess, if we're talking about healthcare, doing things differently. I'm a strong supporter of technology, and I'm proud to be the minister responsible for cybersecurity and digital solutions that oversees a number of the great work that's done to support the expectations and the needs of Nova Scotians. And we can't shy away from some of the risks that comes with that, but the opportunities that are there as well. This app enables people to make some of their own decisions, enables them to find the resources that they need, enables them to have access to their personal health records, enables them to book appointments online. I think if most Nova Scotians interact with businesses, private businesses online, and if government's the last to do it, we're going to be missing a big opportunity and perhaps facing greater challenges in the future. So there's a role for government to play here. If folks can order an Uber online, if they can make a reservation online, if they can book a haircut online, why can't they do things like vital things like accessing healthcare online? I remember when I think it was one of the first, in the first few months I was elected, the premier, then leader of the opposition, had announced at our party's AGM that strong supporter of virtual care. And I remember coming back for question period, and I have a lot of respect for Premier McNeil, but Premier McNeil ridiculed the idea of having virtual care in Nova Scotia. That was in 2020. That was a few short months, a few short weeks, frankly. It was less than, I think it was a month before the pandemic hit the shores of Nova Scotia. Laughed, in the entire caucus, the government caucus at the time, laughed and made a mockery of the concept of having virtual care in Nova Scotia. I think you know, we're 4 years away. We've gone through a lot as a province, but 4 years is not that long. And then to look back, and it's, I guess, you can always look back, and hindsight's 2020, and you know, you can say if I could change, you know, change back time and whatnot. But the fact is, virtual care was quickly implemented by the previous government, was shown to be successful, was embraced by Nova Scotians for many reasons, primarily on its convenience. I know it saves me, you know, to have to make the commute into Yarmouth to see, you know, for different services, to see my physician. But it's almost common sense that every other level of government, businesses are doing these things. And if Nova Scotia government, if our government says, well, we're going to take the wait and see approach, and we're going to wait and see what it looks like before BC does it, and if we wait and see what it, you know, France or the French government does, again, we're missing an opportunity. We can be a global leader. We are a global leader in many different aspects. I'm, you know, the Premier, at his State of the Province address on Monday, spoke about, he had met with an international company, and I believe they have about 1,200 staff here in Nova Scotia, and you know, they're looking to grow based on probably a number of reasons, because Nova Scotia is a welcoming province, and they see the potential as well as we do in our province, but also recognize that their employee satisfaction is the highest around the world. And that says a lot for you know, the quality of life that we have here and the opportunity of growth. And I think if we are leaders, like in cancer care, embracing partnerships and relationships with world leaders in cancer care, with partnering with our world-class universities that are here in our province, to build on the research and innovation that we have and the bright minds that we have in Nova Scotia, to develop our innovation hubs, to use our natural resources to do that, and to grow our local economies. I think that is an example of what we should be looking at to make Nova Scotia a better province for our children and our grandchildren. We have that potential on the horizon, and you know, I'm paraphrasing a bit of what the Premier said, but I'm saying it because it resonated with me yesterday at the State of the Province. It's like, if only we could peek around the corner and see what's coming ahead of us, and we can't control the future. None of us in this room, none of this, no politician, as you know, despite their best efforts, can influence the future. But we can put our best foot forward and put in 110%, try to lead change, put forward the best policies on behalf of our constituents, and embrace the opportunity that we have in front of us. You know, I'll go back to being a former healthcare worker, albeit I still have my license to practice. I just never know with this job. It's the job security as an MLA is probably not the best, despite our best efforts. But you know, I look in my short window of time as a clinician, the new medications that came on board, the new equipment that came on board, but even before my time, and you know, we went from a period of having ambulance drivers, and I think you know, there's perhaps one in this room that worked before me, but we've come a long way. And despite the challenges within the pre-hospital setting in Nova Scotia, and I know there are real challenges that former colleagues are living and breathing every single day, and that Nova Scotians are living and breathing as well. I am confident that we are on the right path to fix healthcare and make significant improvements in the pre-hospital setting in EHS. The technology that's evolved, and these are things that people don't hear about. The ability to FaceTime, essentially, I'll call it FaceTime, but video conference a doctor from your home, and perhaps avoid being transported to the hospital. That's a step in the right direction. That's digital solutions being enabled to make lives better for Nova Scotians, along with the app. But going back, to times of ambulance drivers, we've gone from you call and we haul, and it's diesel therapy, drive like hell. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's parliamentary, my apologies. Go fast, more faster. But now we have skilled clinicians that are top of North America, providing the best care that they can with a lot of resources and a lot of skills that are improving the lives of Nova Scotians and changing the way that we deliver care. So I'm tying this all to the fact that yes, there's debate on the app. Yes, there is questioning on whether an app is the right thing, and I believe it is. I believe that every action that we are taking to fix healthcare is the right one. And I guess what, I get it. I get the role of opposition. I started my career or my journey as an MLA there, and there's a role to keep government to account, and there's a role to oppose. But I think there's a role to embrace positive change, and there's a role to support good initiatives. And I wish government or the opposition would support transformational initiatives like this one. I wish they would support transformational and innovative solutions like transition to community facilities. I wish they would embrace and support our budget that supports diabetic care and the expansion of insulin pump programs and continuous glucose monitors in this province. I really hope that the opposition supports this budget for those reasons. But again, I'll wrap up by saying, if we do not embrace technology, if we do not embrace digital solutions and accept status quo and accept that we need to do things differently, I guess we'll be here always trying to dig ourselves out of a hole, and things won't get better. But I think by having not afraid of taking bold action and making these decisions, we're on the right path.
I recognize the honourable member of Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say I'm enjoying this. Actually, I think it's fun to have a little back and forth. And the minister said, I wrote this down because it was good. I love words. So the minister said that I'm connecting invisible lines to imaginary dots. So that was interesting. I think the minister is making a lot of straw man arguments, actually, this entire time, which is fine. That's the nature of the beast sometimes. But, as an opposition member, and I know the minister's been there, as others have, our job is to hold people to account, yes. I would make the argument that I do my very best to be fair and tough at times. That's my job. I think there is a difference between being obstructionist and asking fair questions, which I think I do. I said, am I perfect? No. But I think I do a good job of that, and I think members opposite would generally agree with that. And so, and I know the minister, as you said earlier, sometimes you speak in generalities, but as I say, we're having fun going back and forth. But some of these things, as I said, you know, I'm not necessarily opposed to an app. I agree. We should be embracing technology in healthcare. We should be embracing technology in government. You know, in a past life, I was consulting on things, and there were agencies using faxes routinely 2 years ago. I have no idea how to use a fax. The minister is a little younger than me, but we're in the same cohort. Like, faxes are not part of our lives. So, you know, I'm with the minister on the need for technology and innovation. You know, Hogan Court, that facility is in my riding. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, geez, what a terrible thing to have transitional care beds in my riding. Of course not. I'm not, you know, I haven't lost it. It's process versus outcome, and those are two very different things, and I'll say that till the cows come home. CGMs, another big thing that I've been talking about for a while. I know many of us have, so that's good too. So I just want to make those points that I think it's really important to have firm, fair opposition, and that's what I try to do. I also want to touch on another element of the minister's portfolio, which is cybersecurity, privacy. These are all critically important things. There's a lot of discussion right now around issues of privacy as it relates to health information as part of the amendments of the FMA. I'm wondering, was the minister's department consulted, or did the minister's department give an opinion to Department of Health and Wellness on the privacy and cybersecurity implications of the amendments to the FMA that we've been talking about for the last few days? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So I'll speak briefly on this one because I'm here in my capacity as Minister of Service Nova Scotia. What I will say that we can relay from my folks here at the IEP division is that file, there's some work underway with DHW. As I did, I'll echo what I said to media last week, is that we are always doing cybersecurity risk threat analysis. We're always doing privacy assessments, not limited to a piece of legislation for government programs and services. And again, that's supported by the fact that these cyber threats and risks aren't going away. Even if I wasn't minister, you know, I think that's just a fair statement to acknowledge for all of us, that no government, no business, no individual is immune from those threats. It's a reality of living in the digital world, but as a government, we take the privacy of Nova Scotians' information that we're responsible for with the highest importance.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister as well. And I wanted to ask, and again, I'm not sure if the expertise will be here to answer or not. I don't know kind of how we're interplaying here between service and cybersecurity, but OPOR, one patient, one record, of course, is something that's been in discussion for quite a few years. I'm just wondering, can the minister tell us, you know, what work is underway in the department to get that done, and when Nova Scotians might be able to expect an OPOR system to be in place?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So in short, that project's entirely within the purview of DHW and Nova Scotia Health, although there are a number of cybersecurity digital solutions staff that are supporting the implementation of one patient, one record, but DHW is the lead on the initiative.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the minister knows, and the timing is bizarre on this, I remember when this happened, but not long after the department was created, maybe it was a week, I remember it was a very short period of time, we had the unfortunate MOVEit data breach. And I'm just wondering kind of where that is now. Does the department feel that it's been resolved, and kind of what what has been the total cost to kind of manage that process? I know there were credit checks and other things that were available. I'm just wondering, have we moved past that? Have we finished on that cleanup, as it were? And what was the cost of dealing with that problem?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
So I'll start answering. So obviously the lead department for the response was the Department of Cyber Security and Digital Solutions, which, as the member noted, unfortunately had just been created, I believe, like May 23rd or 24th. And then a week later, the province of Nova Scotia was impacted by a global vulnerability. This was not necessarily something that the province did or did not do. This is a global vulnerability that impacted many, I don't remember off the top of my head, organizations around the world, like British Airways, the BBC, a large pharmacy company in the UK, a number of US governments. I don't know why these bad actors chose Nova Scotia. Perhaps, I don't want to hypothesize. They're probably watching now, and they have nothing better to do, I guess. So I don't want to hypothesize, but the fact is that timing was not ideal. However, on the other hand, justified in an untimely way why we created the department, to put at the forefront of government the responsibility and to shine a light that was previously invisible on folks that work within the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, because there was always work done. The team was previously embedded in Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services under the NSDS, the Nova Scotia Digital Service Team. And as a government, we recognize not only the potential, but the significance of having a dedicated and standalone department. So we did that, one of very few across the country. Is this going to be the last cyber breach that Nova Scotia faces? If I was going to the casino tonight and playing the ding-dings, probably be putting money that this is not the last, unfortunately. I don't want, many more years to come in government, in the history of government. But this is not the first breach, as we've discussed in question period on Friday. This won't be the last. It is a growing criminal activity for nefarious actors to target governments and businesses to try to cripple them and leverage information and whatnot for bad purposes. I would say, hand over fist, that our response was very, very good. We shared what we knew when it was validated and when we could share it publicly. There was no sitting on our hands and hiding behind cameras. The fact of the matter is that on a Sunday afternoon, both myself and Deputy Clark made ourselves available for a press conference to share news that no Minister of Digital Solutions or Cybersecurity wants to be sharing, is that we are dealing with a breach. We did so at a time after it was, one, identified and two, contained. In these types of scenarios and situations, we do not want to be showing our cards, and that's why we're sharing information that we can confirm and validate, because the bad actors are always watching. They're not. I guess the example, as a government, as an organization, we're sort of like a castle, and we have buried in certain corner of the castle our crown jewels, like our data and our registries and things that we want to protect that we do not want to come crumbling down. But we have a very big moat, and we got big walls, and we got to make sure water's in the moat, and sometimes it doesn't rain enough, so we got to fill up the moat somehow, and sometimes the bridge doesn't close quick enough, and people are knocking on our doors, and you're trying to fly in, and all these medieval examples. So we people are knocking on Nova Scotia's doors every day. I think that's probably the next song that they're going to come out with, knocking on Nova Scotia's doors. But that's before criminals.
Order. That concludes the Liberal round of questioning. I'll move on to our NDP colleagues with the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thanks. Look, before we get right out into song, would you like to have a little break? Okay, good. So I would like to go back to where we left off about fixed-term leases for a few moments. We had an opportunity in question period a few days ago to talk about the impact of fixed-term leases on affordable housing. I was speaking about one study which showed that there was a significant loss of affordable housing in an area where there was a lot of fixed-term leases. But there are other studies. The recent data from Canada Census talks about Halifax having lost over 8,000 non-subsidized housing units under $1,000 between 2016 and 21. I thought that in the exchange we had in the House, that you didn't really engage the question. Perhaps I hadn't put it precisely enough. When I'm speaking about the loss of affordable housing, I simply mean places that were affordable that are still there, but the price has, over the 5-year period, now gone out of the affordable range. And so I wonder if the minister would comment on his view of the relationship between fixed-term leases and the loss of affordable housing stock, acknowledging that we are having a significant loss of it. And does he think that there is any connection?
Recognize the Honourable Member, Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to ever so briefly answer the question for the member for Bedford South, it's $3.2 million for the credit monitoring services. $3.2 million. Okay. To the member from Halifax-Chebucto on his questions about the affordable housing stock and any possible correlation to the utilization of fixed-term leases. I don't necessarily want to speak on behalf of our colleagues at the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. But what I would say is, again, we have a number of solutions on the table through our Action for Housing plan that they're leading. As Minister responsible for residential tenancies, I support all of those efforts to help us move the needle in the right direction on housing. Of course, the tight housing market is creating some real pressures in the market, creating some real challenges and pressures for Nova Scotians trying to find a place to call home, likely having an impact on the utilization, as the member references, of perhaps on fixed-term leases. But again, I'll reiterate that our government's position to the housing crisis, that specifically, whether it be Municipal Affairs and Housing or Service Nova Scotia or other departments, is more supply, more housing, more places that Nova Scotians can call home, more choices, more availability across the spectrum, whether it be to the member's question on affordable housing, on student housing, on residential housing, if it's apartments, if it's condominiums, if it's dwellings in urban and suburban and rural Nova Scotia. We need housing across the board, and we need to do that working with anybody that wants to be part of the solution, anybody who wants to be a solutionist. We need them at the table. That includes other levels of government, whether it be our municipal partners, our federal partners, developers, smaller, larger landlords. We need everybody at the table, cooperatives, and again, reflecting on some of the government's announcements on affordable housing more than 200 new units, the largest investment, or rather public housing, the largest investment in public housing in 30 years. And that's a long time, and I say that humbly now because I'm around that timeline. So we need more housing, and so and these are initiatives to get us started, and I'm confident that there'll be more to come.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Shabukdo.
Thank you. Well, I take that basically, Minister, you're saying on the subject of the question, is the proliferation of fixed-term leases causing a loss of affordable housing, that you really don't have an opinion. At least I didn't hear an opinion in the comments you made. And so I want to ask, is this something that is on the department's radar? Is it something that the department is looking into, mindful about, watching over?
I recognize the honourable minister.
So I do not want to commit myself to one opinion or another without having factual data in front of me. As we discussed in the previous round of questioning, we don't have a landlord registry. We do not have a lease registry. We do not track leases. Our focus as we administer the residential tenancy program is to administer a program that's easy and convenient, that's not designed to require a legal representation by other landlord or tenant parties to resolve disputes between those parties. And we are only aware of those disputes when they come forward, when either party files an application with the program. That said, on data, we'll have more concrete and better data to inform the program, to inform government of its housing priorities. Once we finish the modernization of the new tenancy information management system, that work will be complete in 2025. But again, on the role or on a specific correlation and on questions on the construction of affordable units or whatnot, those initiatives to support that development and, that construction is respectively with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We are the dispute resolution program when there's an existing relationship or when a relationship exists between tenants and landlords. And finally, as I noted earlier on during this budget deliberations, we're looking at streamlining and triaging those most egregious cases. We're looking at continuing and bolstering our awareness and education campaigns for both tenants and landlords to support their understanding of their rights and responsibilities. And we're doing that in conjunction and in tandem with initiatives and work that's being done by colleagues like at the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, like at the Department of Community Services, working with our community organizations. We're providing very important wraparound services for folks that are in need in this province.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Shabukdo.
Thank you. Earlier, some questions were raised, and you addressed them about the enforcement unit. I wanted to ask specifically about the study of the Ontario system. The indication was made that it wasn't exactly the right time for the government to release this, but that when the right time came, this is a document that will be made public. Is it still the minister's intention to make that study public?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Yeah, so government commissioned this report, looked at what a compliance enforcement unit could look like in Nova Scotia, not necessarily what it should exactly look like, and it, contrary to some statements that have been disseminated perhaps in the media, that it was a firm recommendation. That's not necessarily the case. That report is still advice to myself, the minister, as we continue our deliberations on what a compliance and enforcement unit could look like if at such time government decides to proceed with the introduction and the implementation of a CEU. And it is my expectation that that report would be made public at that time.
Recognize the honourable member.
Thanks. So could you provide some sense about when that time is apt to be as you're looking at the timeline of things?
Yeah, I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have a firm timeline right now. Again, these solutions, although they exist in other provinces, our rental landscape and rental marketplace differs. It's changed a lot since I've become minister. But we want to make sure if this is something that government decides to proceed with, that it's a made in Nova Scotia solution that fulfills the needs of tenants and landlords. And based on some feedback that's been received and discussions that have occurred, there actually requires some clarification of what a compliance enforcement unit actually does. So it's not necessarily, as I shared before, your toilet's leaking, and you're upset as a tenant. As a tenant, you're upset, and your landlord refuses to fix it. Compliance enforcement unit might not necessarily fix that. You're a landlord, and you're frustrated that you've gone through the residential tenancy program. You've been the director has ordered your tenant to vacate the unit, and they're not leaving. Not necessarily something that the CEU unit would fix, would address. So there is some work on that to be done, I'd say. But we're always looking at ways to modernize and strengthen the program. I've said that many times. But again, a CEU unit is not going to fix the housing crisis. A CEU unit is not going to fix the homelessness situation we have in this province. Those are false statements. But at the same time, we've made changes to the Act before, and we will again. Can't confirm exactly when, likely not this session. But this is not going to be the be-all, end-all. Even if government were to decide to go ahead with a CEU, I guess there would still be issues within residential tenancies, the residential tenancy program in the future. There would still be things to modernize and change, because as time changes, the needs change, issues change, and that we have to move forward. But again, some of the stressors that we're seeing right now are being compounded by a low vacancy rate. And again, I go back to what we need to do is build more housing.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax, Shabuk-Do.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not asking at all about the question of the substance of the enforcement. You already have spoken to that with my Liberal colleague. I'm asking simply about the report. So I'm not asking for the time of day and the date on which the report will be released, but about the government's general intention. I think there had been some indication. There was a general indication that this was a report that would be made public. But of course, if there's not any time frame, that amounts to functionally the same as saying never. So I'm asking for a general sense of a time frame of when people might be able to expect to have a look at that report.
Recognize the honourable minister.
So what I'll answer the member opposite is that when a decision is made, we will, either way, whether it's for or against, we'll be sharing that justification. We'll be sharing those reasons. But at this time, I can't tell the member exactly when that's going to be.
The Honourable Member, Halifax-Shabukdo.
Thank you. And I do want to ask about renovictions. So I recognize the whole edifice that the government has put in place, and how the government has, attempted to be responsive to this problem with this, and all of that. And yet, it is the case that when people talk about rent problems, which they do a lot, I spend a lot of time going door to door in this city. This is a subject that people volunteer to speak about very readily. One of the most common complaints, one of the most common criticisms of the present system is people say, I needed to leave my rental accommodations because there were some renovations going to be made, and then they will list some very minor thing that happened, something that a normal person would not consider to be a structural repair requiring somebody to leave their tenancy. And so this is a very common feature of the present, as you rightly call it, the rental landscape in the city. And I think it's fair to ask, what is the government doing in addition to the regime that had been put in place, which has plainly not stopped it, to prevent this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, great question. And I think this validates the reason why we need to do a better job of communicating to Nova Scotians, both tenant and landlords, of the process, whether it be, and the program as a whole. I'll be happy to have staff recirculate to all caucus offices some of the fact sheets that my department created on a number of different initiatives and elements of the program, one being the rent eviction changes that came into effect March of 2021. So, unfortunately, I think some of, the stories that we read in the paper, we see on TV about rent evictions, there are opportunities for Nova Scotians to apply to the program, and they should. And that, even in the example that the member opposite just shared, that it's being perceived by their constituents that if they receive a notice for an eviction for renovation purposes, that is a done deal, that signed, sealed, delivered. And that's not the case. That said, I can understand if I were to put myself in an individual's shoes, and in this case a tenant's shoes, that if I was not familiar with the act, if I was not familiar with the process, if I was not familiar with the program, and came home after work one day to see a note under my door with an eviction notice, signed, sealed, and delivered by my landlord, and read that and said, oh my gosh, I don't know my recourse. When there is a recourse. So the member said, simple renovations that, did not require, and I'll quote, and I'll say in my words that are out of the act, I believe, vacant possession. Vacant possession is one of the key elements of the process required, or the key requirements, for a landlord to submit an application for a rent eviction. That, in addition to demonstrating that vacant possession of the unit is required. So, if a landlord tried to say needed vacant possession to rip up the carpet in a 20 by 20 room, would that be adjudicated as that needs to happen? The tenant must move out indefinitely and allow another tenant to come in. I don't want to speak, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, I guess, but I would not want to speak on behalf of a director to making, adjudicating a decision here, but to me that doesn't sound like vacant possessions required, or if there's light fixtures that need to be replaced. That doesn't sound like there's vacant possession required. Or if a toilet needs to be replaced, it doesn't sound like there needs to be vacant possession that's required. However, if there's significant leaking, or if there's mold, or if there's plumbing issues that you need to gut an apartment or gut a unit, or if it's an apartment unit that's 50 years old, or these are potentially examples and situations where a landlord could justify through demonstrating vacant possession and the requirement of a building permit in hand, that they could go through the process of evicting for the purpose of a renovation. That said, in the member's question referencing, he's heard a tenant saying, it wasn't justified. I would encourage the member, I'd encourage Nova Scotians, if there's any doubt, apply to the program. And again, we'd be happy to make available resources that actually outline not only the process, but in the case where a rent eviction is approved, and as I noted, there's been 46 out of the 292 in 3 years. It's a little bit contrary to the hundreds and hundreds of rent evictions that we've heard. But again, we need to know. We do not know if Nova Scotians do not apply. If again, I cannot stress enough, if a Nova Scotian is faced with a notice, apply, stops the clock. If they're faced with an eviction notice for anything, stops the clock. It allows them to get their foot into the door through the program, have their case heard. In the case of rent evictions, allows the landlord to make or break their case. And again, there is a time and place for them. I do not want, I would never, there's been some references to ban rent evictions, but on the flip side of the coin, we also hear that the landlords have an obligation to keep a safe roof over somebody's head. Well, sometimes you need to make these significant renovations to do that. So there is a process. It works. The program itself works. Again, there's in those cases where rent evictions are approved, there's compensation for the tenant in those types of situations. But again, to answer to the member's point, if there's any doubt and if an eviction notice is warranted or not, no tenant should apply. And again, if for these small, perhaps petty renovations, those aren't justified and they're not in the bill that we passed in the fall of 2021. Yes.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Shabukto.
Well, I think the minister has really correctly identified the core of the problem, that it is the person who was in that situation as you described it, who comes home from work and gets that letter, does not see the world from the point of view of all the juridical apparatus of the government of Nova Scotia. They see that they're going to have to move. So I understand that the number of cases is relatively small, and yet we know that the number of families affected is not relatively small. So what I'm asking is, in addition to what the government has already done, what can the government do to prevent the proliferation of those letters being under the door for false reasons?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So again, we'd be more than happy to circulate to all caucuses so that all MLAs have access to the fact sheets that we've circulated to ensure that Nova Scotians understand the process, and it's in plain words. That's something I've stressed upon even with staff is, if we make changes to forms, how can we make it clearer? Is there a way to make it clearer and easier that when you read something, it's not a bunch of legal jargon, that you don't need to be, going through law school to understand. So we will continue to work to improve our awareness and education campaign. We will work with our stakeholders, whether it's sharing this information with Dal Legal Aid, ACORN, IPONS, and others, Students Nova Scotia. We will continue to do that, focusing on key areas of questions like the member brought forward about rent evictions and evictions. We started a marketing campaign or a marketing plan last fall. We did it, I think, the year before as well, to just increase that awareness. So we did a large social media presence, focusing on different posts on government channels. We did targeted and paid social media posts. We've also done Google search ads. So if you put apartment for rent in Halifax or apartment for rent in Parsboro, it would come up, residential tenancy program and direct you to there. So we've had a fair amount of success there that, I guess they call them impressions or views, we can say, over 500,000, so like 561 views there, and which has generated over 16,000 clicks towards our website. Google Analytics show that as of early February, the program has had 683 interactions or sessions. And those top sources of entry were Google organic searches for people entering the site directly. So we work with Communications Nova Scotia there. We'll work with our partners there as well, but recognizing that, again, going back to CU, going back to the issues at hand, a big piece of that puzzle focuses on educating and bringing awareness to both tenants and landlords of their rights and responsibilities.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Shabukto.
Mr. Chair, are we leaving enough time for the minister's closing motion?
We have approximately 2 minutes remaining.
How much time is required for that?
We could do the
Okay.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax Shabukto.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask quickly about the lobbyist registry. So lots and lots of problems and pitfalls pointed out. What's the department doing to get this in more serious shape?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Let's say it's part of our modernization efforts of our registries, so that work's underway. If I can say it without messing it up, not all lobbying activities are registrable act, and just not, yes. So there's occasions where lobbying is not considered a lobbying act, and then ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that it's a self-reporting registry where lobbyists are to sign up with government and declare who they're lobbying and what they were lobbying for.
I recognize the honourable Minister, Service Nova Scotia.
How much time do I have?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief. I want to extend my appreciation and gratitude to my staff who have joined me here, as well as the staff that chimed in to support us through virtual channels. But again, we do great work on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia, and we're happy to support all departments with our government's mandate. So, E38, resolved that a sum not exceeding $181,457,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Service, Nova Scotia, pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. That concludes the maximum time for consideration of supplies. So thank you, everybody, and I ask them to return back to the main chamber.